Yeah, hello everybody, it's nice to be back with you. I feel like I've been away for a lifetime almost, guys.
Yes, a very long time, but welcome back, Evan.
Yeah, you know, Kendall, this man flu is a tough thing.
Yeah. I hope you weren't too tough on your lady at home.
Oh, no. I was in the naughty corner, felt like quietly just having to not get the family sick. Anyhow, it's nice to be back, great to be back with you. And as always, here on the Newsroom show, we get straight into it on the Monday morning. We hear about death threats and all of the like going around, Elvis, a lot of talk in the media. So we decided to put it to the poll, and it's an interesting poll that talks to towing the party line.
Towing the party line and, of course, people that speak out against their leadership. So that's why we're asking you this morning on the poll, and let's put it up for you so we can see what the numbers suggest. Should members of political parties always toe the party line? That's the question, Kendall.
139 votes have come in, and 42% say yes, that should be the case, where 58% say no. It shouldn't necessarily be the case that you toe the party line.
If you come and you criticize your employer, you get fired. Is there any difference in this kind of precedent?
I think not, because as a public representative, there's a lot to be said about where you stand. Do you stand where you sit, or you stand with your will and your conscience?
What are the tweets saying?
Let's take a look at what Onika is saying. In fact, there we got one from Soroti. It says, absolutely, or there will be no party to speak of.
There we go, interesting take on it. This one from Tlea. He says, they can't just follow the party rules, even when the rules are wrong. Interesting one, very interesting. Keep tweeting us. We've got the person right in the middle of this controversy. Makhosi Khoza, ANC MP. You'll join us a little bit later. We've got an analyst in, and we'll also talk about pronouncements from the Youth League in KwaZulu-Natal around the issue of death threats and operating outside the structures of your organisation. But we also, of course, asking a question because the ANC and South Africa has lost another giant.
Another giant, as you can see there on your screen right now. Over the weekend, Saturday night, Ronnie Mamoepa passed away, Kendall, and that's why we're asking the question, how do you remember the government spokesperson, Ronnie Mamoepa? As you know, he was also the Deputy President, Tlea Ramaphosa spokesperson at the time of his death.
Yes, an absolute stalwart in that department with the government. Makhosi says, humble man, simple, a very big loss in South Africa. Rest in peace, my grandfather and dad.
This one from Onuke, he talks about a charismatic man, bold, very painful to lose him in his midlife. Yes, rest in peace, he says, only 56 years old, Elvis.
Yep, 56 years old. And of course, our condolences from the SABC to the family, Mamoepa family there as well. Of course, all his colleagues in government as well.
You'll be able to watch all of course, the memorial services and the like over the next week into the funeral right here on this very channel. But we've also got a Monday morning sports question for you. And of course, Bafana, well, they're back to winning ways. And some are saying Ryan Moon is the messiah in front of goal. This is the question we're asking our viewers, Kendall.
We want to find out from you. He scored 2 goals, 2 out of 2 for Bafana. Is he the one who's going to solve all Bafana's finishing problems? And Patu Chezo says, too early to conclude. Chiefs needs to play him consistently. Then maybe he can be the solution to the Bafana A team.
Interesting, yes, interesting one. This one from Lucanio Memela, who says, the guy is good. Compella must give him game time or loan him out. He's a good player that can score lots of goals for Bafana. Yeah, we saw that, of course, the top goal scorer in the previous season only scored 13 goals here in South Africa, and that speaks to a deep-seated problem within South African football, Kendall. But we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, deep-seated indeed. But right now, let's get down to business and take a look at your news headlines. In breaking news, the 4th and last body trapped at the Tlea gold mine has been retrieved. The late Ronnie Mamoepa's family is expected to give details around his memorial service and funeral arrangements today. And a police officer alleged to have been present at the time of Ahmed Timol's death is expected to take the stand when the Ahmed Timol inquest resumes this morning. That's all coming up in a short while, but before we get to the news, let's find out from Kendall. Makhosi, what's happening on the sports front? It's been a busy weekend.
Yes, as all weekends should be. Very busy, lots of news for us on Monday mornings. It was phenomenal stuff. Even you missed out on a lot of stuff over the week, but I'm sure you managed to catch up with a little bit, maybe the golf, maybe the cricket?
Yeah, the only thing that kept me sane was really lying on the couch and watching everything, the sport, the news and so forth. And it's been a cracking sporting weekend. You know, we had a World Cup final, we had the British Open and the like. So lots, I'm sure, for you to talk about today.
No, fantastic. We'll be making sure that we touch base. Elvis, if you've got any points to give us on our sports focus for later, I'll take them from you anytime.
Lions will be the sport focus, I think.
Oh, there we go. Lions, yes. Elvis wearing his colours on his sleeve, if I could. Good morning to you. This is what we have for you in the sports today.
Ball was the last pair. You can expect something like that to happen. So England have won the World Cup.
Anya Shrubsole produces the best ever bowling figures in a Women's World Cup final. 6 for 46 to deliver the World Cup for England as the hosts edge India by 9 runs in a thriller of a final.
This is it then. Jordan Spieth, the Open champion, with one of the most stunning last few hole performances we've ever seen to win the Claret Jug.
Jordan Spieth outduels fellow American Matt Kuchar by 3 strokes at the British Open to emerge with his 3rd major title. Bafana progressed to the next round of the 2018 Chan qualifiers with a 3-0 aggregate win over Botswana over Tlea. And the Lions become the only South African team to make it to the Super Rugby semi-finals after scraping past the Sharks with a 23-21 win in Johannesburg. All this and more we've got for you later on at 10:40. Do stay with us though, as Elvis has got the news.
Thank you, Kendall. Top story this hour. Emergency rescue services have retrieved the 4th and last body from the Tlea gold mine in Orkney in the northwest. 4 miners were trapped underground following seismic activity at the mine on Saturday. 3 other bodies were retrieved at the weekend. The 4 men are believed to be from the Northern Cape, the Eastern Cape as well as Lesotho. Meanwhile, the Mineral Resources Minister Mosebenzi Zwane and representatives of the Tlea gold mine and trade unions are expected to hold a media briefing in Orkney in the northwest today. The 4 men are, as you heard, from different parts of the country as well as Lesotho. The family of the late government spokesperson Ronnie Mamoepa is expected to brief the media about the memorial service details as well as the funeral arrangements. Mamoepa died on Saturday night in Pretoria at the age of 56 after complications arising from a stroke he suffered last month.
Tributes continue to pour in for a man who was loved by many. Mourners flocked to his home. They included Agriculture and Fisheries Deputy Minister Tlea. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa says Mamoepa was impeccable.
He was good at his work, he was very professional, and he was a person who had a great vision about how government communications should work. So for us, this is a great loss, and for me personally, as he was my spokesperson, this is a great loss. It is going to be difficult to fill Ronnie's shoes.
Friends and colleagues paid their respect and shared their fondest memories.
We had the liberty to spend the entire day and until we bid farewell for him.
Mamoepa suffered a stroke on Sunday, 18 June. He was operated twice but has been in critical condition for the past 5 weeks. A series of prayer services will be held at home. Offences Timo, SABC News, Pretoria.
Meanwhile, the ANC Treasurer General, as well as the acting Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa spokesperson, also paid tribute to Ronnie Mamoepa.
I think everyone is feeling very sad. The Deputy President, the President himself have expressed their condolences to the family, colleagues and friends of Ronnie Mamoepa's. And that's because he has really left a big gap in everyone's lives and in our offices, and not just in the presidency or in government, but I think in so many spaces around the country and internationally, because his time with the Department of Foreign Affairs in particular and his time in the ANC presidency and the presidency of government really exposed him to the global community and is held in high regard all over the world.
We convey our condolences to the family, to the presidency, and to all the comrades on the sad loss of a freedom fighter, a friend, a comrade, Ronnie Mamoepa. We loved him, and as I think you have aptly described him, he was a very, warm, friendly person, very professional, and we knew him as a friend. I also was a friend to his brother. Thabo was a classmate and a colleague, so we really were like family. So we want to convey our condolences to all the comrades and the family as well. It's a sad loss.
And of course, that's why we're asking you the question today. How would you remember Ronnie Mamoepa? He's the government spokesperson. It's on your screen right now. Please let us know on the Twitter handle at SABC Newsroom, as well as on the Facebook page. We'll read some of those comments a little later. Now, the second seating of the reopening of the Ahmed Timol inquest commences at the North Gauteng High Court this morning. The former South African police officer, Paulo Erasmus, who was stationed at John Foster Square, he will be followed then by a witness who has seen Timol's body fall.
October 1971. Ahmed Timol is dead, just 4 days after brutal interrogation. The following year, an inquest rules that Timol jumped from the 10th floor of John Foster Square.
The issue is, why would he commit suicide?
A question that's haunted Timol's family for over 4 decades.
Loved life, and there's no way that he would take his own life. No way. He was mentally very stable. He had an extremely strong personality.
Another inquest opened, and the first step to exposing the truth, former detainees lining up to testify. Among the witnesses, Dr. Salim Esop, Timol's friend and fellow detainee. He demonstrated how he last saw Timol alive after a systematic torture. The 1972 suicide version rejected again. Now the court's first witnesses of interest, former security police involved in the arrest and interrogation of Timol. SABC News, Johannesburg.
The South African Policing Union, SAPO, has suspended the 10-111 strike for the weekend. SAPO's General Secretary Oscar Skomere said the decision has been taken for the benefit of the public we serve. Quote and close quote, of course, and to give the negotiations led by the Commission for the Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, the CCMA, a chance to resolve the dispute. The 10-111 employees around the country want the South African Police Service to pay them a living wage. For the latest on the story, in our Pretoria studios, we are joined by the SAPO President, Mpho Kwinika. Mr. Kwinika, very good morning to you and welcome, sir.
Good morning.
First and foremost, what are the reasons for suspending the strike now?
Is to allow the mediators to continue with the mediation without any hindrances, and an olive branch extended to employers so that when they engage in good faith.
How long will the strike be suspended for? Is it only for the weekend?
The strike is suspended to allow pop crew to be joined and to allow the process as I've indicated. But it is only suspended for 3 days. On the 27th, the mediators will decide whether to proceed with this process with or without pop crew having joined. But on the 28th, we will be back at the mediation processes, and we will continue and see it from there.
Will this not be viewed as a capitulation of the strike by the employer because there's no offer on the table as yet?
I've got a very serious problem with audio here.
I just want to check with you, will this not be seen as you giving up on the strike by the employer, seeing that you've suspended the strike for now?
Look, let me just respond to what I know. I just don't understand why we did not utilize the day yesterday fully because that was a hard-fought day which the members have really put everything so that we can have it utilized fruitfully. But because of things that are beyond our control, we have ended up now having this situation that we are sitting with. We are assuring the public that this process is going to be finalized, but we should also guard as parties to council not to procrastinate on this matter any further. The people at 10111 had already suffered enough. For the past 4 years, we cannot procrastinate any further.
Mm-hmm. Now, up to so far, how has the impact of the strike on the police service been in the country? Was there any delays or perhaps emergencies that the police could not attend to?
Look, we have gathered some information during the strike. We know for a fact that out of 1,000 calls at Midrand SAPS 10111, 500 have been answered, 500 has been lost. So the strike had an impact, and for anyone to suggest that the strike did not have an impact, that person is naive of the truth.
Now, your members are demanding a living wage. What is it that the living wage that you're talking about, and how will it impact on the workers?
Look, I thought this is a well-known fact to the public that the workers at the 10111 Center are demanding that they be transferred or salary graded from salary level 5 to salary level 7. There is a work study commissioned by the then National Commission of Police, General Pierre, and that commission have come up with the results to say indeed that those employees at 10111, they deserve to be salary graded from 5 to 7. It is this decision that we want the employer to implement without any further delay.
Mm-hmm. What are you hoping to achieve from the CCMA that you could not achieve by remaining on the streets, you think?
We believe that CCMA are going to mediate, conciliate on this issue, because we believe that the plight of the 10111 Center members, it's a legitimate one. And if we did not apply to them, then it will be something else. But we did it because we know of the capacity and skills that they have as a department. We hope to achieve that which has been promised to the members. That is all that we hope to achieve. And in return, South Africans will benefit from the services which these people are providing on a daily basis.
Mr. Gunika, thank you so much for your time and joining us from our Pretoria studios.
Thank you.
That was Mpho Konikwa. He's the president of SAPU joining us. Now, as you know, we are conducting a poll today, Eben, and we want to find out from people about the issues.
Actually, that's a very interesting interview you just done. Let's just have a look at what you guys put forward Friday, because it had to do with the 10111 strike. And we asked our viewers, has the strike affected them? 283 votes in. 17% say yes, the strike affected them. So if you look at the numbers, well, that's nearly 50 people being affected by the 10111 strike.
Some people even indicated that it didn't make a difference because even when they were not on strike, they're not answering their calls.
Yeah, I've heard that one. I've heard that one. Elvis is always a little bit snippy on a Monday morning. Anyhow, let's just have a look at the poll we're running today. Of course, the poll we're running today, well, it deals with towing the party line. Yes, should members of political parties always toe the party line? That's what we're putting to you today. We've got 139 votes in. We haven't updated it. 139 votes in. 42% say yes, you should always toe the party line. 58% say no. I wonder if you should put it in business. How does that work? Of course, that's the question we put to you on our poll today. Should members of political parties always toe the party line? A little bit later in the show, we're waiting for ANC MP Makhosi Khoza to join us in our parliamentary studios. We're told she's 5 minutes or so away. While we're waiting for her to talk about this and, of course, issues around death threats and all the like that we've seen with regards to the developing story around her world, let's take a look at what's happening in the social media world right now. Of course, we start with the hashtag Ronnie Mamoepa, veteran government communicator who passed away at the weekend. Messages of condolence from many high-standing authority figures continue to pour in on this Monday. Then, people were talking a lot about the 50th anniversary of the death of Nobel Peace Prize laureate Albert Luthuli, a commemoration that took place in KwaZulu-Natal on Friday last week. A wreath-laying ceremony was conducted at his gravesite, and that's the hashtag, of course, that you can interact with. Now, Joburg streets were filled with tens of thousands of people yesterday marching to raise awareness for various causes. Some just call it the MTN 702 walk. It's also been called the walk the talk. Yes, and if you live in and around the botanical gardens, you would have been very angry because your streets would have been all locked down. Moving further afield, in the United States state of Texas, San Antonio to be exact, at least 9 people died in a truck that was transporting them. Police say this is a serious case of what they call immigrant smuggling. The hashtag there is Texas. Elsewhere, a car bomb in Afghanistan. The city of Kabul, that's the capital, has killed around 24 people there. That was a car bomb, we are told. Then in Palestine, 6 people are believed to have died in the worst protest clashes between Israeli and Palestinians. 3 Israelis were stabbed to death in a Jewish settlement in the Israeli-occupied West Bank hours after 3 Palestinians were killed in violence there. The hashtag is Palestine, and it seems the violence is never ending. Let's have a look now at a picture of the day. This one comes from TW Spot. Yes, Tiger Woods. He put forward his congratulations to Jordan Spieth on winning the Open Championship. He put this Ryder Cup picture of the two of them together. He says now on to his final leg of capturing the Grand Slam. That's all he needs is the PGA tournament. That kicks off in the US in a couple of weeks' time. Take a look now at our comment of the day. This one from our Communications Minister, Ayanda Dlodlo. Very good morning to you, Madam Minister. She says, my condolences to the family of Ronnie Mamoepa, a dedicated servant of the people who served with distinction and loyalty. That is our tweet of the day as we continue to remember Ronnie Mamoepa today. Let's go to the courts quickly now. We'll start in the courts here in Johannesburg, where a 31-year-old suspected serial murderer is expected to appear in the Palm Ridge Magistrates Court. He's facing several counts of attempted murder as well as possession of unlicensed firearms. He was arrested in Katlehong in Ekurhuleni yesterday following a shootout with police at the house where he was hiding. It's alleged that the suspect shot at a family of 4, killing an 8-year-old child. A woman and an 11-year-old boy were also wounded and hospitalized. Still, here in Johannesburg, 2 Gauteng Community Safety Department officials are expected to appear in the Johannesburg Commercial Crimes Court on charges of corruption. The accused allegedly took a 9,000 rand bribe from a Scholar transport operator who required a roadworthy certificate. Now, if found guilty, the 2 suspects face up to 15 years in prison. Then we move to the Northern Cape, where a suspect accused of raping a 12-year-old girl over the weekend will appear in the Pampierstad Magistrates Court today. The victim was at a home with the 2 younger siblings when the incident allegedly occurred. The parents were at work on night duty. Now, a relative whom the mother asked to keep an eye on the children allegedly found the suspect raping the girl. All too familiar story here in South Africa, it seems. We'll keep you updated on that and more. But let's just take a look at what we're doing tomorrow. Now, tomorrow on the show, we'll be discussing safety in the mines following the visit by Mineral Resources Minister Mosebenzi Zwane at the Tlea gold mine in Orkney in the northwest. This after 4 miners were trapped underground following seismic activity at the mine over the weekend. Yes, it's a recurring theme, and we'll deal with that one tomorrow. Mine safety. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, well, we'll look at the plight of ANC MP Makhosi Khoza. Hopefully she'll be in our studios in Parliament in Cape Town to give us her side of the story. We'll also speak to an analyst a little bit later. Don't miss it.
What guides us? Is it something you can see?
We need deliverance from sin because God never
Hear?
carry on working to spread the message
Feel?
to the whole world.
Or touch? What leads us onto greater experiences? Is it the words of our sacred texts? The advice of our elders? Or is it the actions of our people? The strength of our beliefs? Or the voices of our citizens? Your country is guided by the voices of its people, and your broadcaster is dependent on your voice to guide it. Get your copy of the SABC's editorial policy and have your say.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsroom here on SABC News. Now, the ANC MP, Dr. Makhosi Khoza, she's refused to back down from her continued criticism of the ruling party and President Jacob Zuma in particular, after hearing that she will be charged with ill discipline. Now, Dr. Khoza says she's been singled out as a troublemaker by standing for what she believes is right. The ANC in KwaZulu-Natal has confirmed that a letter will be served on her by tomorrow, informing her of a decision to charge her with bringing the party into disrepute. The party in the province says Dr. Khoza has simply overstepped her mark. Now, earlier, our Durban reporter, Ayanda Mhlongo, spoke to the ANC's provincial spokesperson, Dumiseni Ntuli, and he said that they're going to deal harshly with any ill-disciplined member, including Dr. Khoza.
Firstly, let me confirm that indeed as a PC, the Provincial Working Committee in particular, we've taken a decision that we have to take Comrade Makhosi Khoza to a disciplinary process. And the reason why we've taken that decision is because all of us had entertained the hope that when we went to a national policy conference, and the 2 days preceding the National Policy Conference, which were intended as a consultative conference, we had an opportunity to reflect in greater detail on the challenges facing the African National Congress. We had an opportunity to evaluate the leadership of our movement, including President Zuma. We had an opportunity not only to think about ourselves, but also to think about the future of our country and the leadership role of the ANC in society. And all of us accepted the fact that through our own act of omission or commission, we might have committed mistakes, as a result of which the image of the ANC has been tarnished and has been damaged. That includes everybody, including the president of the ANC. But we said, what do we do from here? And the consensus amongst all of us was that emerging from the National Policy Conference, let's agree that we are going to have a paradigm shift in the manner in which we conduct ourselves, in the manner in which we articulate whatever views we hold about the movement, about the president of the ANC, and do so in the best interest of the National Democratic Revolution. Because we are all convinced that you need a united ANC, an ANC that has got dignity and respected by our people, if you are to advance a successful revolution in South Africa. So when Comrade Makhosi deviates from that sacred responsibility, which all of us accepted voluntarily without any pressure or imposition by anybody, our view is that that deviation requires a stern punishment on the side of the organization. And we said to the national leadership, coming from the policy conference, we would be intolerant. We would be very intolerant to anybody who is involved in an act that undermines the ANC. Now, Comrade Makhosi goes to a platform of our enemy. Save South Africa has made it clear that they are not only concerned about a displacement of President Jacob Zuma, but they are determined equally to remove the African National Congress. Now, when we saw her participation there and her, very vociferous articulation about how wrong is the ANC and how irrelevant is the ANC becoming in society, we said this cannot be allowed. We said we've got to act, and acting now will send a clear message to those who may harbor the same views, that if you are defeated internally, you have no right to go outside and continue to undermine the ANC.
Now, it would have been ideal to get Dr. Makhosi Khoza in at this very juncture in the show in order to give us her side of the story. Unfortunately, she's running a little bit late. She's in the building, I'm told, in Parliament, but she's trying to make her way to studio. Now, while she's doing that, we'll move on with what we're doing and we'll speak. Well, let's first take a look at our poll, because the poll talks about towing the party line. And we've got 171 votes in, and we say, should members of political parties always toe the party line? 60% of you are saying no, they shouldn't. That's very interesting. It's very interesting because in organizational culture, if you step out of line with if it's your business or your employer, you are charged with disrepute. Interesting one. Let's go to a man who can give us an interesting take. While we wait for Dr. Khoza, let's go to Professor Dirk Coetzee. Now, Professor Dirk Coetzee is a political analyst from UNISA. I'm being told that Dr. Khoza is being seated in Cape Town, so Alvis is going to try and get ready with that. But let's escalate this discussion. A very good morning to you, Professor Coetzee. Thank you for once again being with us here on Newsroom.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Dr. Makhosi Khoza, she's in Cape Town right now. I would have liked you to listen to an interview first and then give us a view, but for the sake of television, we have to move on. I want to know from you the utterances of Dr. Khoza until now in the sort of political space. Has it undermined the ANC, and how should the ANC react, in your view, to what has been going on?
Well, we are now in the phase of the election campaign within the ANC. And therefore, it's very difficult to talk about one ANC. And therefore, to say that it is the ANC who's taking action against her is going to be very complicated. Because if you look at what, for example, the Deputy President Ramaphosa has said recently at the SABC conference, or what, for example, former Minister Pravin Gordhan has said, then it is quite similar. But I think the fact that she is an MP who has been nominated by KwaZulu-Natal, and KwaZulu-Natal is, for all of us, it's clear, is a supporter of President Zuma. Therefore, they are taking the action, or want to take the action against her. I think what is also a difference between, for example, a political party or even the governing party and, let's say, a private body or business or other institution is that they are elected public representatives. And therefore, there is then that element of where they can express themselves beyond their political party. For example, then the motion of no confidence that's provided in the Constitution won't make any sense. If we look at other parliaments in the world, there is, for example, this phenomenon of the black backbenchers. And again, it is something which is regarded as part of the political system. So in that context, I think what she is saying is not unconstitutional, it's not illegal, but it depends on to what extent the party leadership is going to respond to that. And there is no sort of blueprint approach to this because of the unique situation the ANC is in at this stage, that it is very close to a next major election within the organization.
What do you make of the death threats on the life of Dr. Makhosi Khoza, and the family has been widely reported in the media up until now?
Well, that's a good indication of the intensity of this contestation within the ANC, and especially in KwaZulu-Natal. We have at this stage also the Moerane Commission, which is looking at political assassinations and other forms of politically motivated killings. So it's not a theoretical discussion. It is something which especially members or ANC members from the ANC should take seriously. But some people are saying she's using that as creating the image of a victim within the ANC and therefore to have sympathy from the public. So we will have to see ultimately how it unfolds. But the fact that she's such a high-profile member of parliament and has played such a prominent role in especially committee work of the parliament, therefore I think it is less of a direct threat than maybe some of the councillors in KwaZulu-Natal who have become real targets of political assassinations.
You're talking about this political assassinations in KwaZulu-Natal. Are we heading into a time where political assassinations and political violence during these times, are we going to see this becoming a new kind of normal?
Well, it is in a sense already a phenomenon which is ongoing. For example, since the beginning of last year, about 33 councillors and other political figures have been assassinated in KwaZulu-Natal. So it's not a new phenomenon that we are seeing now. But what we are seeing is that different ANC conferences are convened. For example, very soon the Arigwala regions conference will be, and therefore in Umzimkhulu and other areas, we see now an increase in these incidents. I think we will see it also with the coming of the national conference of the ANC. There might be an increase. We've seen it last year with the local government election, that there was an increase of attacks, especially on Communist Party members who were ANC candidates to become councillors. So that tendency is continuing, and that is why that commission has been established. But I think we are going to see an escalation of that most possibly in the next few months.
Let's go back to Dr. Makhosi Khoza quickly. She's going to respond, of course, shortly to all of these allegations against her. How should the ANC deal with this, and how do you think she should deal with this, and what should be the way forward with regards to this? We understand, of course, that the 8th of October is a date that looms rather large in Parliament.
I think on this matter there's going to be a stalemate, and it's very difficult to resolve this, because she has put herself in a position in terms of the election campaign, clearly critical of President Zuma, and therefore by implication supporting some of the other candidates. And it's going to be exceptionally difficult for the ANC's national disciplinary hearings, because she can appeal from the provincial disciplinary hearings to the national bodies. There's also an appeal committee, a disciplinary committee, and then and that is chaired by Derek Hanekom. So it's going to put the ANC on the spot of how to resolve this matter, and I don't think the disciplinary hearing approach will ultimately be able to resolve it. It's indicative, or actually symptomatic, of the deep divisions within the ANC at this stage, and to use one person as a scapegoat in order to sort of take responsibility for the factionalism in the ANC, I don't think is going to work.
She said she's been targeted because she's a woman. You touched on the unity factor. Talk to us about the issue around women within the ANC, and also then about unity, and then how has this affected the image of the ANC, this ongoing spat?
Yes, the gender matter is obviously always very prominent within the ANC. Now the fact that she has been targeted, I think it's an additional factor that's used very productively by her in order to present her as a victim, which is not only a victim in a political sense, but also in a gender sense. And I think that creates some sympathy for her. The obvious complication is that she does not receive support from the ANC Women's League within the ANC. And that, again, we can relate back to the factionalism and the different groups that have been established within the ANC, the different issues, positions that have been assumed also. So though it is something that will create sympathy for in some quarters, it is not across the board in the ANC, and I think that's one of the problems that she will have. In the end, she will stand on her own to a large extent in KwaZulu-Natal, although one has to also keep in mind that KwaZulu-Natal is not at this stage a very unified province. We've seen it with the election of the new Provincial Executive Committee and the Provincial Conference about a year ago, and how that was split almost on a 50-50 basis. We see now the prominence of the ANC's Treasurer General, Zweli Mkhize, within the province, and others also. So that will all contribute ultimately to how the Makhosi Khoza situation is going to be unfolded.
Professor Khoza, thank you once again for joining us today. That's Professor Dirk Khoza, political analyst from UNISA, talking to us about Dr. Makhosi Khoza, but also unity and in the outlook for the ANC. Now, let's take a look at the poll that we're putting up to you today. Of course, we're asking on our poll, should members of political parties always toe the party line? We've seen the fallout with Dr. Makhosi Khoza. You've just heard from Professor Dirk Khoza, who says that, well, the ANC is kind of in an election phase. Therefore, these kind of utterances are quite normal. 178 votes in, 60% are saying no, they shouldn't always toe the party line. Let's take a look at some of your tweets. This one from Stan Lee says, Newsroom, the party is supreme. Yes, they must follow the party constitutions. Interesting one. This one from Pule Matloko, who says to us, a chairperson in any party must instill mutual respect across membership by his character. He's rewarded by towing the line, says Pule Matloko. Then Kasirivu Awamu says, yes, it's a democratic country. Everybody should speak his mind, even if it's not in the interest of the party. And this one from Tlea, who says, if they're also MPs, then they should and speak for us. But I see them putting party's dignity first than that of the country, especially in this case, the ANC, the country, or the party. That one from Tlea. Keep tweeting us, keep telling us what you think. We're still waiting for Dr. Khoza to sit down in our parliamentary studios. While that is underway, let's take a short commercial break. Hopefully when you come back, she'll be seated.
Rights and recourse tackles constitutional issues.
When South Africa became a constitutional democracy, we had a fairly sound legal system in place requiring the Constitution to guide the direction in which it must go and the way in which it must be refashioned.
The Justice Ministry, the custodian of human rights.
We actually have a plan to come up with a comprehensive review of our human rights instruments.
Advocates dealing with evidence.
Sometimes you have to use a crook to catch a crook. So we expected that their credibility would really be taken to task. You try and consult your witnesses and prepare them as best as you can.
Hashtag Rights with Dumila Matez on legal issues every Sunday at 2 o'clock Central African Time.
What guides us? What leads us forward? Is it the words of our sacred texts? Is it the actions of our people? Or the voices of our citizens? Your country is guided by the voices of its people. And your broadcaster is dependent on your voice to guide it. Get your copy of the SABC's editorial policy and have your say.
Welcome back. Now, despite the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal threatening MP Dr. Makhosi Khoza with disciplinary steps, she insists she will not back down from her criticism of the party and its leaders. The KZN ANC said that she had crossed the line and it would take disciplinary action against her. In a Facebook post earlier this week, Khoza said that she refused to die silently. She had received death threats following her criticism of the president, Jacob Zuma, and was given 21 days to live. Parliament and the SAPS has since attended to Khoza's security concerns, promising to provide her with police protection. For more on the story, and as we promised you a little bit earlier, we are very glad to have in our parliamentary studios Dr. Makhosi Khoza. Very good morning to you, Doctor, and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Now, we wanted to play you the clip from the KwaZulu-Natal ANC that indicate that they will take disciplinary action against you, but we are running a little bit out of time. They also say, Doctor, that you had 2 days that was particularly set aside at the policy conference to raise any issues and challenges and problems that that is facing the ruling party as well as the president, and you have not used that opportunity to do so. Is that criticism valid, do you think?
It is not valid. The Deputy Chief Whip of the majority party in Parliament, Doris Dlakutye, has my sick note. I had broken my ligament on my left ankle and I was put off for 10 days until the 10th of July. And again, it's very important to remember that I merely responded to the reckless pronouncements by Mbalula. I did not participate in the policy conference to raise those matters because Mbalula had not raised them in the policy conference. He actually raised them during a press briefing.
Now, the ANC in KZN is going to take disciplinary action against you. They say that you're ill-disciplined and for misconduct. Are you a troublemaker? That is the question then?
I am not a problem maker, and the truth be told, we've had 7 votes of no confidences in Parliament. I've always voted for the ANC. I have never voted against the ANC. But this case is different. On the 7th of April, the people of South Africa marched, demanding the very thing we've been voting against. So I am trying to act consistent with the mandate given by the people. That's it.
But shouldn't you toe the party line? That is what many is asking.
The party line is very important to toe. I also understand that any party requires some kind of position. But what do you do when the party line is in conflict or is at war with the people that elected us? What do you do? Do you choose the party or do you choose the people? Those are the dilemmas that I found myself in, and I hope that I know that other MPs are feeling the same thing as myself.
Now, some analysts are saying that the ANC KZN branch are President Jacob Zuma's homeboys, and they will do anything to protect him. Do you concur with that statement?
Number one, the very ANC PEC that wants to charge me is being challenged in court. Its legitimacy is being challenged in court. I do not understand why can't they wait until they validate their legitimacy sometime in March in court. And they are charging me. And obviously, they are no longer protecting the ANC mission. They are protecting the individual. And my view is that the ANC members must rise up against this kind of kleptocracy.
The vote of no confidence in the president, is that the problems really that arose from you being disciplined or being taken to a disciplinary hearing?
That's exactly what they are talking about. It's about that. And even that death threats that I've received are linked to the vote of no confidence. And of course, the ANC is very clear about that. The party line they are talking about is that we should all vote for to defend the president. And unfortunately, I have decided to side with the people, and this is the price that I have to pay.
Now, we've talked about the security concerns around you as your person earlier on. Have you been given the security that you were looking for in order to protect yourself?
We are still talking with the police because there are quite a number of issues that we have to address. You must remember that Fikile Mbalula himself equated people like myself to suicide bombers. You will also remember that the very Minister of Police had threatened the dismissal to those who will vote for the vote of no confidence. And I'm currently being charged for exactly that. So one has to weigh the options here. And I am having a meeting with them again today, which is why I'm here in Cape Town.
Are you ready for the disciplinary hearing in KZN?
My lawyers are going to handle that, and we are going to deal with those issues. I can't wait for those charges because I want to know what am I being charged for. Because in my view, there is not a single rule in that ANC constitution that I have broken. I have acted consistent with the leader of society that we proclaim as the ANC.
Doctor, what's your way forward now? Are you just waiting for the charge sheet before you can move forward?
I am waiting for the charge sheet. In fact, even the way the whole procedure is actually flawed because I hear from the media that I am going to be charged. I even know from the media that my charges are coming on Tuesday. And the person who is supposed to be charged has not been alerted. So I'm waiting. I'm equally waiting like all South Africans who believe in justice.
Doctor, I thank you so much for your time and joining us in our Cape Town studios.
I thank you very much for having me.
That was Dr. Makhosi Khoza in our Durban studios there. You heard her take on it. She is standing by her thoughts. Well, we are asking you that question on the poll to find out from you whether or not she should have toed that party line. Should members of political parties always toe the party line? So far, 185 votes in, and 61% of you are saying no, she should not toe the party line, or all members of political parties for that matter. 39% says yes, she must toe the party line, whether it is right or wrong. She should toe it. Let's take a look at what you are telling us. This one from our Abarlog says, it's a tough call to make between one's conscience and the party stand. Tabo says, yes, because people for the party policies and party lists, not individuals. If conscience do not agree, resign. Freddie Whitehorn says, where's the fun in that? Well, there you have it. Those are some of your comments. You can keep them coming. We'll read them as we continue. So keep them coming on that Facebook page as well as the Twitter handle at SABC Newsroom. But right now, time to take a look at sports news with Eben and, of course, Kendall.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alvis. We'll continue that discussion after the break. Keep tweeting us on it. Actually, top of the hour, we'll put all your tweets up, all the questions, of course. And also today, we're thinking about Ronnie Mamoepa and his family. And how do you remember Ronnie Mamoepa? That's our question of the day. But let's deal with the sports quickly, because, yeah, time is forever the enemy in the news business, as it were. Kendall is here to talk about what's been a cracking sporting weekend. One of those big ones, British Open and the like. But before we get there, let's start here with Bafana Bafana. Yeah. Because, you know, we seem to be impotent in front of goal over the years, and it's become increasingly so. Ryan Moon has come out. Is he going to be the Messiah that's going to bring us the goals? Is he the guy?
Well, that's a big question, isn't it? But isn't that what happens every single time somebody scores for Bafana Bafana? Oh, he's our Messiah. Oh, he's going to save us from our goal drought. The youngster's only 21 years old. He's not even a regular yet at Kaizer Chiefs. He's Bryce Moon's younger brother, for those that want to know. Yeah. And, you know, obviously football is in the family. And let's not put pressure on this youngster to be the savior for Bafana Bafana. It's a bigger team effort. And he got himself 2 out of 2. Yes, in the first leg out in Francistown, he broke the deadlock. Then he also scored this single goal in this particular match. He can score. Is he the one? We don't know.
He's got seems to be a guy that's got an eye for goal. Quickly talk to me about the performance against Botswana. Because, you know, some people will tell us, oh, it's only Botswana and
No.
These are big matches, though.
These are big matches. Every single one of these is really important, and there's no such thing as it's only about Botswana. We saw what Germany did in the FIFA Confederations Cup. Joachim Löw, he went in there with the developmental side and went and won the thing. If you'd gone in there not taking that kind of thing seriously, then we might as well say, like, stop playing football until we get to big tournaments. This is important. This win was important.
Yeah, it was important for South Africa. But Let's just watch the goal. This is the second goal.
Yeah? No. This is Moon missing his. He went and said like you could have gotten a hat trick. You know what? Something to talk about very quickly. It's something we had Lux September in the spokesperson for the PSL in last week talking about these empty stadia.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to be coming back to him to just touch a little bit on.
No,
on
listen.
that
That's a wider discussion because it's not only football. I'll tell you, not only football battling with empty stadiums. I watched the Super Rugby this weekend. Yeah. Every single game was less than half full, and these were the marquee matches of the season, the knockout games. The stadium, every single stadium was less than half full, which is an absolute shocker.
There's always something to do about it. We'll know what the EPL does. There's a blackout for a 20-mile radius or whatever it is, or where that match is happening. And when you just start looking at things like that. But you know what, Eben, we digress a little bit because we are running out of time. You said that. Another big thing that happened over the weekend was Brendan Grace.
Yeah, before we talk about Brendan Grace, let's just say kudos to Jordan Spieth for magnificent performance. But the greatest round in the history of major championships was played by South Africa's Brendan Grace. 62 blows to get around Royal Birkdale. That was an absolutely immense performance.
Nobody saw it coming until he started playing.
He himself didn't even know. By the end of it, he didn't know that he broke the record. I was a little bit like, he's obviously not a scholar of the sport. But, you know, a lot of sportsmen are like that. They detach themselves from the sport completely and they just go out and put in the performances.
When you're in the zone and it works out, you know, it's amazing. When you and that's exactly what he did. Brendan Grace put in the best round that has been seen at any major. And he got a 62. Yes, it didn't get him the win, but you know what? It will go down in the annals of golfing history that is the first and only person to have ever done it. I don't know how many thousands of rounds of golf it's taken for somebody to finally do it.
By the greatest players in the history of the sport. That should put it into context. The thing is, that I watched this live because I was sick in bed and it was absolutely incredible. He just kept going and kept going. 8 birdies, no drops. You know, clean card. It's one of the most beautiful rounds ever played, I think, in golf. It's a pity, though, that he couldn't follow that up on the Sunday.
Do you think at any point during this round, did he think, oh, maybe I've got the Open?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. He's got a great caddy, Zach, on his bag, and Zach kind of always keeps him grounded, and you know, it's one of those great relationships in the game. We were going to talk Women's World Cup, but we've run out of time. Let's do that a little bit later. Kudos to the English ladies for coming from nowhere to win the World Cup. It was a great occasion. We can't talk about it now, though. We've run out of time. We'll see you back at the top of the hour, myself and Kendall. Yeah, welcome back. I'm with Kendall Makhosi. We are your team until, well, till 11 o'clock. That's for the next hour. Of course, we've been rather busy this morning, Kendall.
Yeah, and as Monday mornings go, it's been a busy one, and I think some very interesting discussions coming out in the news today.
Yeah, we'll replay that, of course, the interview we just did with Dr. Makhosi Khoza. We'll replay it shortly. We'll also show the, of course, the charges that are going to be laid against him. That's where we ask you the question on our poll today. Our poll today deals with members of political parties. Should they always toe the party line, Kendall?
That's the question, isn't it? Because it's always going to be coming up, especially in parliamentary democracy, a constitutional democracy. And here we are, we've got 205 votes that have come in already, even, and 60% say no, it's not necessary for political members, for political party members to always toe the party line.
Are you surprised that there's so much support for this? Because think about it, if you go against the wishes of your company or the business you work for, you charge with disrepute and you lose your job.
Yeah, but to be honest, I'm not surprised at all. I think because of the times we live in, a lot has been asked of political party members, parliamentarians, to vote and walk with their conscience and so on and so forth. So I'm not surprised by this at all.
Professor Dirk Kotzer, a little bit earlier, told us that he just believes all of this is part of the build-up to the elective conference of the ANC in December, and we can expect more of these kinds of things. The Mission tweets us and says to us, party members should put the country first because the current regime is corrupt. Talks about Makhosi Khoza in this case.
Sami Bala says, respect the party constitution when they're doing the right thing, but when things turn left, don't shut up.
Sami Bala giving a considered view there. Of course, we're also remembering today the veteran government communicator, Ronnie Mamoepa, yes, for the spokesperson for Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, passed away on Saturday night at the young age of 56.
Yeah, no, Ronnie Mamoepa, I think, stands out as one of those people that have always espoused a good party values and views for the longest time. And he's passed on. We want to find out from you, how do you remember government spokesperson Ronnie Mamoepa?
Katleho Mohobo tweets us. He says, rest in peace, Ntate Ron. You made a contribution in this beautiful country, South Africa. That's a sentiment shared by many. Bully Malong says to us,
says, I'll remember him by his deafening silence towards rampant corruption and the looting of state funds by this government.
Interesting. Interesting one.
Tough times.
How do you remember those that passed on? A sports question. We spoke about it a little bit earlier. Ryan Moon, over the moon, flavor of the month. 2 goals in 2 games. Is he the Messiah in front of goal?
Lots of pressure for a 21-year-old, but we want to know from you, what do you make of it? Is Ryan Moon the answer to our goal drought?
Sponello tweets us. He says, no, he is not. He can't even make the grade in Bafana's first team, let alone Chiefs starting 11. You know, these Chiefs supporters, they always want to bring it back to Chiefs. It's not always about Kaiser Chiefs, man.
Jalen Tlea says he scored against Botswana's C team and he's playing for Bafana's C team.
Ish.
Hey, a bit harsh.
Hey, there's no chill in Mzansi.
No love in Mzansi.
Hey, Mzansi, for real, this thing is too much. Give the young man a break, you know. He might surprise even the Chiefs supporters. Anyhow. Let's carry on with the morning's news. There's a lot for us to get on. I'm going to do the news headlines and Kendall will be on the sports desk. The 4th and last body trapped at the Tlea gold mine has now been retrieved. The late Ronnie Mamoepa's family is expected to give details around his memorial service as well as funeral arrangements later today. The police officer alleged to have been present at the time of Ahmed Timol's death is expected to take the stand when the Ahmed Timol inquest resumes this morning. And I will be hoping to bring you that inquest live because the testimony could be so explosive, and we'll be live there as soon as the testimony from a former apartheid police officer gets underway. But before we get to that, let's go over to Kendall, who's got the morning sports headlines.
Eben, thank you very much. Hearty good morning to you at home as well. This is what we've got for you in the sports today.
What's the last spare? You can expect something like that to happen. So England have won the World Cup.
Anya Shrubsole produces the best ever bowling figures in a Women's World Cup final. 6 for 46 to deliver the World Cup for England as the hosts edge India by 9 runs in a thrill of a final.
This is it then. Jordan Spieth, the Open champion, with one of the most stunning last few hole performances we've ever seen to win the Claret Jug.
Jordan Spieth outduels fellow American Matt Kuchar by 3 strokes at the British Open to emerge with his 3rd major title. Bafana have progressed to the next round of the 2018 Chan qualifiers with a 3-0 aggregate win over Botswana over 2 legs. All this as the Lions become the only South African team to make it to the Super Rugby semi-finals after scraping past the Sharks with a 23-21 win in Johannesburg. All this at 10:40, but don't go anywhere as Eben has got the news.
Yeah, thank you, Kendall. Very good morning to you. This is our top story at this very hour, and it's a developing story in our emergency rescue services. They have just retrieved the 4th and final body from the Tlea gold mine in Orkney in the Northwest Province. Of course, 4 miners were trapped underground following seismic activity at this mine over the weekend. 3 other bodies were retrieved on Saturday. The 4 men are believed to be from the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape and Lesotho. Meanwhile, the Mineral Resources Minister Mosebenzi Zwane and representatives of the Tlea gold mine and trade unions are expected to hold a media briefing in Orkney in the northwest later today. The 4 men are to be believed from the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape as well as Lesotho. Now, for more on this story, we are joined live from the northwest by our reporter, Tlea. Very good morning to you. Just give us an update. What's the latest?
Morning, Urban. The latest today is that, in fact, yes, rescue services have been seized as all the 4 have been recovered. The last of the 4 men was recovered last night at 9 p.m. They've all been deceased and their families have been informed. It seems that the furthest of the families, being in Lesotho, is yet to get the message, but it appears that those families who have arrived here in Orkney will get the opportunity to identify their deceased at the Klerksdorp mortuary. We've also got a statement that's just been recently released by the mine, just released at 9 a.m. Hot from the printers. They've also said that the earthquake was due to seismic activity of about 0.8 magnitude. It is not such a huge tremor, but indeed it did cause this rockfall. We've also heard concerns from unions that indeed this was not the first of its kind. And last year, around this time, in fact, another mine worker fell victim to such a rockfall. This raises concerns from unions and workers about the safety of workers in these mines, particularly knowing that these areas are very prone to seismic activities.
Is this because the mines are so deep underground in this area? Is that a concern?
Certainly, Eben. As you know, gold mines do go very deep underground. The mine says that the seismic activity was measured at about 1.3 meters below Earth. And in fact, it could be the reason why the men were difficult to be located.
Now, Tlea, tell us quickly, the minister is going to be there a little bit later today. He's going to speak to unions and families and so forth. What time do we expect that, and what do we expect to come out of that?
We expect the minister to arrive at least at about 1 o'clock. We expect him to engage with mine management and also see what indeed happened and go to the site of the incident. We expect them to engage with the families, as you said, and unions to ensure that indeed when this mine should be reopened, it will be done with proper consultation with all the stakeholders and with the safety of the workers in mind.
And Tlea, tell us quickly, have you had a chance to talk to any of the family members of the deceased?
We have not yet been able to talk to any of the family members of the deceased. As you'd imagine, this is a very traumatic experience that they have to endure. We have also heard rumors that the state in which the deceased were found in is extremely grievous and gruesome, and the families would need time to actually come to terms with this unfortunate incident.
Sendlang, thank you very much for that update. It's a developing story. We'll be live with the Minister a little bit later today when he addresses the media there. Of course, tomorrow in our show, we'll be talking at length about mine safety, especially with regards to this incident, but also what we've seen happen in the recent past. That was our reporter in the Northwest, Sendlang Lehihi, giving us an update following the tragedy at this mine in Orkney. Now, we move on. The family of the late government communicator Ronnie Mamoepa is expected to brief the media about the memorial service details as well as funeral arrangements later today. Mamoepa died on Saturday night in Pretoria at the age of 56 after complications arising from a stroke he suffered a month ago.
Continue to pour in for a man who was loved by many. Mourners flocked to his home. They included Agriculture and Fisheries Deputy Minister Tlea. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa says Mamoepa was impeccable.
He was good at his work, he was very professional, and he was a person who had a great vision about how government communications should work. So for us, this is a great loss, and for me personally, as he was my spokesperson, this is a great loss. It is going to be difficult to fill Ronnie's shoes.
Friends and colleagues paid their respect and shared their fondest memories.
We had the liberty to spend the entire day and until we bid farewell for him.
Mamoepa suffered a stroke on Sunday, 18 June. He was operated twice but has been in critical condition for the past 5 weeks. A series of prayer services will be held at home. Offences Timo, SABC News, Pretoria.
Yes, it's a great loss for the ANC. We're asking you, how do you remember the much-loved government communicator Ronnie Mamoepa? That's our question of the day that we've put forward to you on all of our channels. There he is. How do you remember government spokesperson, communicator Ronnie Mamoepa? Passed away late on Saturday night in Pretoria. Of course, the ANC's Treasurer General and Acting Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa's acting spokesperson also paid tribute to Ronnie Mamoepa.
Feeling very sad. The Deputy President, the President himself have expressed their condolences to the family, colleagues and friends of Ronnie Mamoepa's. And that's because he has really left a big gap in everyone's lives and in our offices, and not just in the presidency or in government, but I think in so many spaces around the country and internationally, because his time with the Department of Foreign Affairs in particular and his time in the ANC presidency and the presidency of government really exposed him to the global community and is held in high regard all over the world.
We convey our condolences to the family, to the presidency and to all the comrades on the sad loss of a freedom fighter, a friend, a comrade, Ronnie Mamoepa. We loved him, and as I think you have aptly described him, he was a very warm, friendly person, very professional, and we knew him as a friend. I also was a friend to his brother. Thabo was a classmate and a colleague, so we really were like family. So we want to convey our condolences to all the comrades and the family as well. It's a sad loss.
We go to Lesotho now, where both the government and the opposition there hailed Mamoepa as an avid communicator and diplomat.
Nationalist and a diplomat who served the then Department of Foreign Affairs and the presidency with distinction. His experience came in handy when SADC tasked his current boss, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, with mediating in the Lesotho political crisis. The experience brought by both Ramaphosa and Mamoepa to negotiations helped the Mountain Kingdom avoid conflict and loss of life during the transition from one government to the other. It also opened the door for Ramaphosa's interactions with Lesotho's highest officers, including courtesy calls to His Majesty King Tlea III. Ronnie Mamoepa was not only a constant figure on these missions, but a key facilitator of information. This is the government office complex in the capital of Lesotho, Maseru, and this is where Mr. Ronnie Mamoepa would have spent a good amount of time while on delegations with Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, walking in and out of these offices as part of facilitation efforts, and both the government and the opposition knew him well.
I learned a lot from him. He was mature, very responsible, articulate, and it's very sad that he has suddenly departed from this world, and he will be certainly missed. He's a very well-known figure, not only within South Africa or SADC. From the office of the Prime Minister of Lesotho, we would like to extend and convey our condolences.
In the meetings, he would be very quiet as the spokesperson, but his reports after the meetings were always very succinct, reflecting the discussions that took place in those meetings. And the last time that I met him was just before the elections, when Vice President Ramaphosa was here to oversee the elections, and we had a very long chat in the Prime Minister's waiting room, and he was a very jolly person, telling us a lot of stories about his growing up and his contribution to the struggle in South Africa. We are hopeful that SADC will not abandon Lesotho at this point, because, you know, this is the third coalition government. We are back in opposition, and there are issues that are already showing signs that we need SADC to still remain in Lesotho. You know, we have had issues relating to the changing of taking first leave of the Commissioner of Police.
The Lesotho media too hailed his role in opening up access to previously conservative government processes and offices. Ntakwana Ngadani, SABC News, Maseru, Lesotho.
Now let's go back to our theme today. ANC MP Dr. Makhosi Khoza has refused to back down from her criticism of the ruling party and President Jacob Zuma after hearing that she'll be charged with ill discipline tomorrow. Now Dr. Khoza says she's been singled out as a troublemaker by standing for what she believes is right. The ANC in KwaZulu-Natal has confirmed that a letter will be served on her by tomorrow, informing her of a decision to charge her with bringing the party into disrepute. The party in the province says Khoza has overstepped her mark. Now, a little bit earlier, our Durban reporter Yanda Mhlongo spoke to the ANC's provincial spokesperson, Ndumi Senintuli, and he said they are going to deal harshly with any ill-disciplined member, including Dr. Khoza.
Firstly, let me confirm that indeed as a PC, the Provincial Working Committee in particular, we've taken a decision that we have to take Comrade Makhosi Khoza to a disciplinary process. And the reason why we've taken that decision is because all of us had entertained the hope that when we went to a national policy conference, and the 2 days preceding the national policy conference, which were intended as a consultative conference, we had an opportunity to reflect in greater detail on the challenges facing the African National Congress. We had an opportunity to evaluate the leadership of our movement, including President Zuma. We had an opportunity not only to think about ourselves, but also to think about the future of our country and the leadership role of the ANC in society. And all of us accepted the fact that through our own act of omission or commission, we might have committed mistakes, as a result of which the image of the ANC has been tarnished and has been damaged. That includes everybody, including the president of the ANC. But we said, what do we do from here? And the consensus amongst all of us was that emerging from the National Policy Conference, let's agree that we are going to have a paradigm shift.
Now, of course, some of you guys have complained that you couldn't listen or couldn't see the interview with Dr. Makhosi Khoza a little bit earlier. We've got those complaints from you on Twitter. Shortly, we'll replay it. But before we replay it, let's just have a look at how you guys have been voting on our poll with regards to this. Of course, we've been asking you, should members of political parties always toe the party line? Now, 220 votes are in now, and it hasn't changed all morning. It's been about 60% of you, our viewers, saying no, they shouldn't always toe the party line. Let's have a look at some of the tweets, what you guys are saying, why, what are the circumstances. This one from Basoe says to us, as a disciplined comrade, you must be bound by the decisions of the majority. Finish and clear, at least within your own party. Bizozo says to us, to say the people of South Africa were marching against the president is unreasonable. Those who are opposition, Dr. Khoza, should just resign. Then Sami Bala says to us, Newsroom, respect the party constitution when they're doing the right thing, but when things turns left, don't shut up. Interesting. Keep tweeting us on this. I know you guys all have views and opinions on it. Of course, ANC MP Dr. Makhosi Khoza says she's not ill-disciplined and has always toed the party line. However, she says when South Africans marched against President Zuma in April, things changed.
Welcome back. Now, despite the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal threatening MP Dr. Makhosi Khoza with disciplinary steps, she insists she will not back down from her criticism of the party and its leaders. The KZN ANC said that she had crossed the line and it would take disciplinary action against her. In a Facebook post earlier this week, Khoza said that she refused to die silently. She had received death threats following her criticism of the president, Jacob Zuma, and was given 21 days to live. Parliament and the SAPS has since attended to Khoza's security concerns, promising to provide her with police protection. For more on the story, and as we promised you a little bit earlier, we are very glad to have in our parliamentary studios Dr. Makhosi Khoza. Very good morning to you, Doctor, and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Now, we wanted to play you the clip from the KwaZulu-Natal ANC that indicate that they will take disciplinary action against you, but we are running a little bit out of time. They also say, Doctor, that you had 2 days that was particularly set aside at the policy conference to raise any issues and challenges and problems that that is facing the ruling party as well as the president, and you have not used that opportunity to do so. Is that criticism valid, do you think?
It is not valid. The Deputy Chief Whip of the majority party in Parliament, Doris Dlakute, has my sick note. I had broken my ligament on my left ankle and I was put off for 10 days until the 10th of July. And again, it's very important to remember that I merely responded to the reckless pronouncements by Mbalula. I did not participate in the policy conference to raise those matters because Mbalula had not raised them in the policy conference. He actually raised them during a press briefing.
Mm-hmm. Now, the ANC in KZN is going to take disciplinary action against you. They say that you're ill-disciplined and for misconduct. Are you a troublemaker? That is the question then?
I am not a problem maker, and the truth be told, we've had 7 votes of no confidences in Parliament. I've always voted for the ANC. I have never voted against the ANC. But this case is different. On the 7th of April, the people of South Africa marched, demanding the very thing we've been voting against. So I am trying to act consistent with the mandate given by the people. That's it.
But shouldn't you toe the party line? That is what many is asking.
The party line is very important to toe. I also understand that any party requires some kind of position. But what do you do when the party line is in conflict or is at war with the people that elected us? What do you do? Do you choose the party or do you choose the people? Those are the dilemmas that I found myself in, and I hope that I know that other MPs are feeling the same thing as myself.
Mm-hmm. Now, some analysts are saying that the ANC KZN branch are President Jacob Zuma's homeboys, and they will do anything to protect him. Do you concur with that statement?
Number one, the very ANC PEC that wants to charge me is being challenged in court. Its legitimacy is being challenged in court. I do not understand why can't they wait until they validate their legitimacy sometime in March in court. And they are charging me. And obviously, they are no longer protecting the ANC mission. They are protecting the individual. And my view is that the ANC members must rise up against this kind of kleptocracy.
The vote of no confidence in the president, is that the problems really that arose from you being disciplined or being taken to a disciplinary hearing?
That's exactly what they are talking about. It's about that. And even that death threats that I've received are linked to the vote of no confidence. And of course, the ANC is very clear about that. The party line they are talking about is that we should all vote for to defend the president. And unfortunately, I have decided to side with the people, and this is the price that I have to pay.
Now, we've talked about the security concerns around you as your person earlier on. Have you been given the security that you were looking for in order to protect yourself?
We are still talking with the police because there are quite a number of issues that we have to address. You must remember that Fikile Mbalula himself equated people like myself to suicide bombers. You will also remember that the very Minister of Police had threatened the dismissal to those who will vote for the vote of no confidence. And I'm currently being charged for exactly that. So one has to weigh the options here. And I am having a meeting with them again today, which is why I'm here in Cape Town.
Are you ready for the disciplinary hearing in KZN?
My lawyers are going to handle that, and we are going to deal with those issues. I can't wait for those charges because I want to know what am I being charged for. Because in my view, there is not a single rule in that ANC constitution that I have broken. I have acted consistent with the leader of society that we proclaim as the ANC.
Doctor, what's your way forward now? Are you just waiting for the charge sheet before you can move forward?
I am waiting for the charge sheet. In fact, even the way the whole procedure is actually flawed because I hear from the media that I am going to be charged. I even know from the media that my charges are coming on Tuesday. And the person who is supposed to be charged has not been alerted. So I'm waiting. I'm equally waiting like all South Africans who believe in justice.
Doctor, I thank you so much for your time and joining us in our Cape Town studios.
I thank you very much for having me.
That was Dr. Makhosi Khoza in our Durban studios there. You heard her take on it. She's standing by her thoughts. Well.
Now, let's go back to one of our main stories of the day, of course, the passing of, government communicator Ronnie Mamoepa over the weekend. Let's go to our reporter, Ahmed Timol. He's in Pretoria, where Mr. Mamoepa's family is expected to brief the media on the details regarding funeral arrangements shortly. Very good morning to you, Ahmed. Thanks for joining us. Give us a quick overview. What's happening and how's the family holding up?
Well, thank you very much, Eben. We're coming to you live outside the Ronnie Mamoepa family home here in Centurion. And actually, there's not much of a lot of activity happening as compared to yesterday when we saw Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Tlea, actually come to console their families and give them messages of support. There was supposed to be a press briefing later today by the family, but then they decided that they will await some signal from the presidency as to how the logistics will be rolled out before they can start making any further plannings. What we know as a fact is that the SACP, led by
Dr. Bladin Zimande will actually be coming as well to come and console the family and give them messages of support as well. As we are waiting outside here, we are just hoping and praying that we'll see some high-profile people also rolling in while we are here outside. But at the present moment, there's not a lot of activities.
Offensive, just quickly tell us about Ronnie Mamoepa. How has he been remembered by his colleagues over the last 24 hours?
Yes, messages following the announcement of the passing of Mr. Ronnie Mamoepa on Saturday. There's been a lot of messages actually coming on social network. In fact, the family has also started a hashtag saying RIP Ronnie. So people have actually been sending messages on Twitter, on Facebook, and some coming physically to come and give their messages of support. Like the Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, explained him as a bigger, larger-than-life character who was dedicated to his work, who made sure that every time they went on trips to Lesotho and wherever, they would be on diplomatic responsible trips. He would make sure that everyone is entertained, everyone is feeling well, you know. And as well, when we arrived yesterday here in the morning at the home, some of the colleagues who used to work with him at Foreign Affairs Department, at Home Affairs Department, and at the Presidency, you could actually see that they were really sad. You know, it was written all over their faces that they have lost someone they admire. They have lost someone they looked up to, and they were saying that, you know, it won't be the same. In fact, they started feeling Ronnie's absence the moment he was admitted at Unitas Hospital about 5 weeks back. So it was definitely a somber moment yesterday when we were surrounded by some of the colleagues from Foreign Affairs, from Home Affairs, and from the Presidency. So he's definitely someone who's admired by many. You know, that's the sentiment that we definitely got from those that have been working with him and from those that are his close friends and comrades.
Thank you very much, Offense Stimo, for that update. That's Offense giving us an update on the late Ronnie Mamoepa. His funeral arrangements will be made public a little bit later. Now, we are going to go to Ahmed Timol's inquest shortly, but before we go there, this is a story that's causing outcries by world organizations that global warming is a bigger threat than we realize. However, the world seems less interested in saving the planet because we don't notice the large changes in our day-to-day lives. Even US President Donald Trump is pulling out of the Paris Accord. But let's see what the professionals have to show us. Here's a clip from the European Space Agency showing us the rising sea levels and what warming is doing to our oceans. Now, I've got a couple of gentlemen with me in studio. We're going to talk to this. He's visiting professor, Dr. Jeffrey Grantham, and then Michael Noper. Now, they are from the Antarctic Research Group at the University of Johannesburg's Geological Department. Very good morning to you, gentlemen. Thanks for being here.
Well, the rising sea levels basically been recorded since about 1880. It's risen about 10 inches in that time, and it's related to, we believe, to the increase in the temperatures of sea level and increase of seawater temperature.
Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this clip. Sea levels around the world are rising. Is there any doubt about this? It seems if there's a lot of disbelief or a lack of belief around the fact that our sea levels are rising.
I don't think there's any doubt that the sea levels are rising. Whether it's related to global warming is, one cannot recognize a direct input, but the levels are definitely rising, and the period over which they have been recorded to rise is over the last 140, 150 years. And that is related to the increase in CO2 over the same period. And so we do think there's a direct causal relationship.
It doesn't affect your day-to-day lives of people yet in a meaningful way. So it's quite easy to do the Donald Trump and put your head in the sand, isn't it?
Well, I guess, sure. You know, it's always a case of verification. You know, it takes long-term studies to, this here is a shot of the part of the Antarctica right there. You can see the Antarctic. You can actually see the Antarctic Peninsula there. Well, actually, this is the sea level rises. You can see now down there, well, you can't quite yet, but the Antarctic Peninsula will come into effect here. The Larsen Sea ice shelf, a large chunk of the ice shelf there broke off, and the net effect on rising sea levels from that will be that the glaciers will actually flow.
Gentlemen, we have a little bit of technical difficulty with your mic. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, hopefully this mic will be fixed and we're able to do the whole sea level discussion for you.
I think winter is definitely one of those seasons where you can really show off your sartorial choices. You can start from a single layer of a shirt, actually starting with thermals, build it up with the shirts. You can have beautiful knits over the shirts, like we've done with Jay.
This film tells the story of a very, very significant political figure in the struggle for freedom in South Africa, who happened to be a woman. She was Nelson Mandela's wife.
The exhibition is an exploration into black femininity. Tabitha is a woman of color, and she is exploring the historical exploitation of the black female body.
Newtown Junction Mall hosted an epic contest in the cold where 3 top South African graffiti artists battled it out for the opportunity to become the Newtown Graffiti Face-Off Master.
For your weekly dose of entertainment news, tune into Trends every Saturday from 12 to 1.
Now, welcome back. The second seating of the reopening of the Ahmed Timol inquest has started, and the former state advocate for the prosecution for the state in the 1970s is on the stand. Should be interesting. Let's go there live.
Garden section in those days.
I see, but there were some shrubberies and bush, perhaps some other vegetation.
Yeah.
After you opened the window and saw the body lying prone, can you describe to the court what unfolded thereafter? Did you carry on watching, and if so, what did you see?
I've racked my brains and I can't remember anything else.
So do you recall people rushing to the scene, perhaps the police or medical personnel?
No.
Do you recall seeing an ambulance?
No, there wasn't one. Not that I could see.
When you spoke to Mr. Harry Schwartz on the phone, you mentioned that subsequently he said that there was quite a response to what he had announced in Parliament. While you were on the phone with him reporting what had just happened, what response did he give while you were speaking to him?
Utter amazement.
Can I just check, after you had spoken with Mr. Schwartz on the phone, did you then again look out the window to see what was happening?
No. Not that I recall.
I see. So you only looked out the window on the one occasion?
As I recall.
So you wouldn't have seen how long the body was sitting at the bottom?
Obviously not.
My last question, Mr. Mattis, was a more difficult one, but you would only have seen the body fly past the window for a very short space of time. But do you have a recollection of what position the body was in when it was falling?
It was pointing towards the freeway.
As it was falling?
Yeah.
The head pointing towards the freeway? And was it, do you recall whether it was at an angle or perhaps a horizontal position?
Horizontal.
Do you recall whether the arms and the legs were flailing or moving?
No, I don't.
Yeah. And did you hear any screams as the body went
No,
down?
I don't recall that. I didn't hear any screams.
No further questions, Your Lordship.
Sir, what were you doing at that stage in your office? Can you recall what you were doing?
I was looking at the window.
You were looking at the window for any particular reason?
No, by chance.
So you didn't catch your eye, you actually looked at the window and saw a body falling. Was it straight in front of you or to the side of the window?
No, it was straight in front of me.
Now, the position of the body was the person's head. Was that away from the building or was it
parallel to the building?
Parallel to the building. What did you think happened at that very moment?
I have no idea. I had no idea what had happened. All I saw was a body falling.
Now, what was your first reaction thereafter?
I rushed to the window and I looked out, and I saw him lying there.
The window in your office, can you start to record what the window looked like, please?
I've given this some thought. As far as I can recall, it was sliding. It slid open.
It had a solid pane as well?
Yes.
Or only a sliding window?
What do you mean?
Was there part of the window that could not open and then another part of the window that could open?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
So from which part of the window did you look?
Through the open part.
Was it open or did you open it?
I opened it.
I suppose you then looked down at the ground because that's the direction that the body fell. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did it cross your mind that somebody committed suicide, or what did you think was happening?
I had no idea.
All right, and then did you then look up?
Yes.
How far could you see up the building?
Up to the very top.
Were there people standing at the top?
No, not as far as I could see.
How long did you look up the
Just momentarily.
Yes, you say you glanced. How long did this whole process take? Did you look up, look down, the body was lying there, looked up and then?
No longer than a minute.
For the whole process?
Yes.
I see. Thank you. No further.
On the fourth floor of the building,
yes.
Was it a place occupied by advocates, or were you the only one in that?
No, I was preparing the prosecution of auto protection, the inquiry of auto protection and AM Kramer with a leader.
You had been given an office to consult, or is it usually where you work? On the fourth floor?
Been given an office which was full of books, records of an insurance company.
But then the building was occupied by police, is that so?
Yes.
You were only there to prepare for this case with your leader?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to?
Yes, thank you, my lord. Were you asked to testify first on the question?
No.
And I just want to understand, when you saw the body falling past the window, was it leg first, head first, horizontal or
horizontal?
Horizontal. And could you notice the limbs of this body moving freely from this torso or not?
No.
The last question was there only one window in this office that you occupied?
No, there was many.
Thank you, my lord. Yeah, just perhaps a follow-up question from African Victorious. Apart from phoning Mr. Harry Swartz,
Yeah.
Did you make any statement to the police about what you saw?
Not as far as I can recall.
And you never contacted the inquest proceedings to come forward and state what you saw?
No, no, my lord.
Is there any particular reason why you didn't do that?
I wasn't aware of the inquest.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Paul Francis Erasmus. Paul Francis Erasmus. My lord, we did prepare a statement for the benefit of the court,
yes.
And I asked that it be accepted as Exhibit H1. H1.
Exhibit. Is there anything you want to tell me? No, I'm sorry.
English or Afrikaans?
English, my lord.
Your full name and surname?
Paul Francis Erasmus.
Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
None.
Do you say that the evidence that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated, Mr. Thank you.
My lord, I can just inform, on his way up from the coast to give evidence, him and his son was in an accident, unfortunately, a motor car accident, so he's still experiencing some uncomfortability of that, my lord, so I just informed him.
When was this? Today?
It was on Saturday, my lord. Friday, my lord.
Did you receive any medical attention? Are you proceeding with this?
My lord, I'm very comfortable to proceed. I'm just very bruised and but uncomfortable, so I might not be able to sit for too long.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Yes, proceed, please.
Mr. Erasmus, you were a member of the security branch of the South African Police for 17 years, not so?
That is correct.
You were mostly based at John Foster Square for that time period, not so?
That's correct.
You were involved in extensive covert operation for what was then called the Blanke Sexy, is that not so?
That is correct.
Just inform the court, what did the Blanke Sexy entail? What was the job of the Blanke Sexy?
My lord, the security branch was basically divided along racial lines, which I suppose is very much what South Africa was in those years. You had a section that specialized in so-called white affairs, one that specialized in Indian affairs, one that specialized in colored affairs, and of course a very large section that specialized in black affairs. So all matters relating to that racial classification would be the responsibility of that section. You then had your field workers and you had an investigation branch where any case after the field work had been done and your field operatives like I was, or your agents in the field, would accumulate information, and when it was seen by the state that this could be a case that could come before a court and dealt with by a court, it was handed over to what was known as the investigation branch. The investigation branch became somewhat infamous because they were situated on the 10th floor of John Foster Square, and I worked on the 9th floor of John Foster Square.
Thank you, Mr. Erasmus, for that background. We'll go into more depth of stratcom later. In 1993, you were discharged from the police on medical grounds, post-traumatic stress syndrome. That not so?
That is correct.
But in your 17 years and while you work at the security branch, you kept all your case books and the documents pertaining to that?
That is correct. My Lord, just for the benefit of the court, these are actually state documents. They were supposed to be handed in, but I regarded them as a personal work record. So I just kept them in my cupboard, and as I moved to other areas within the security branch, I took this and a lot of documentation with me.
But that's extensive documents and extensive case books that you kept with you, the original ones?
Yes, it's my full record of 11,000 cases that I investigated or was involved in during my tenure in the security police.
Okay, you gave evidence before the Goldstone Commission, not so?
That is correct.
And you also applied for amnesty before the TRC?
That is correct, my Lord. I applied for 80 incidents involving some 526 criminal offences, for which I was given, for the bulk of it, amnesty, and in a few instances amnesty was denied or couldn't be given because of the circumstances.
Okay, I want to move over, before getting to stratcom, to first your field of operation and dirty tricks. You were more a field operator and you had to work after hours, not so?
That is correct.
Can you please inform the court that you have to put pressure on suspects and that you became aware of any dirty tricks? Tell us in your own words how that progressed.
My Lord, as a very young man, I entered into a world at 19 or 20 years old that I didn't know existed. I was obviously very attracted by this James Bond type secret agent thing. And my immediate commander was a Colonel J.H.L. Jordan. Came into my office the one day, and he closed the door and he said to me, the young guys go out at night and they go and monitor the suspects. And he said sometimes they're naughty. He said, because you know that these people are the biggest threat to our South African way of life. He gave me this long speech, which I recall with some detail, about what government policy was and what the security branch's policy was, and that was to, especially with the white left wing, force these people, terrorize them, use whatever means possible to get them out of the country. And this thought process persisted for many years afterwards. I heard it on security courses and in many, many fora, that the powers that be believed that black people in this country could not organize a revolution if it wasn't for the white communists that were behind them and in their midst. And it's for that reason that most of these, if I may use the phrase, nocturnal activities that I participated in were against known white people that were listed under the suppression of communism, like Mrs. Helen Joseph, the Weinberg family, and many, many others.
So did you become involved in these dirty tricks?
I did. It was extremely exciting for a young man, and what was incredibly attractive was the fact that we basically knew from the outset that you were given this license to break the law willy-nilly.
Could you break into premises, for instance?
Well, my first sort of bit of fame in the security branch came when I did a very routine investigation on a Wit student by the name of Diana McLaren. And I went, which was unusual actually, I went on my own to her flat in Braamfontein and managed to get into the flat and found a literal goldmine of security value information. She was studying, if I remember, political science, and a lot of the stuff was found to be of great interest. And I sort of embellished a little bit as well that I'd managed to get in there, and that's I think I was seen then as somebody that could become one of the naughty boys and could be used in circumstances like at a later stage. I wasn't scared to break into premises. I would do anything to achieve the goal that was set out to me.
I don't want to dwell too long on the dirty tricks department, but were you given sometimes the means to do dirty tricks, bokpoort and that kind of thing? Can you explain to the court what is bokpoort and the new generation tear smoke?
My Lord, the issue of bokpoort is something that is so bizarre that I'm certain a lot of people in this court might not even find it anything less than humorous, but at a stage, I believe it was military or the military intelligence, probably Dr. Wouter Besson, was tasked to create a super stink bomb which we could use to break up meetings, disrupt events, and we were issued with these glass bottles which were about 3 times bigger than your standard stink bomb that my Lord's children might buy, for example, at a novelty shop and last for 5 minutes. This product, whatever it was, once it was poured out, was a smell I could only describe from hell itself, and it didn't go away. I applied for amnesty for using this to stop a UDF meeting at St. Mary's Cathedral in Johannesburg. It was ironically a church where I was baptized, christened, which I suppose gives some sort of measure of my ideological commitment at the time. But nevertheless, I went there at 3 o'clock in the morning with somebody else and threw 2 bottles of this evil stuff out. And they had to replace the carpets, some of the benches. The meeting didn't take place because nobody could go into the church. This was on a Sunday morning. I think it's probably about 2 o'clock. This was the type of activities that we were doing on behalf of the state and with the state's full blessing and sanction.
You even thrown some of that into a colleague's car, not so?
Well, yes. Once again, something of a humorous moment was a colonel that I worked with had decided that he'd had enough of people misusing the secret fund for private purposes and stealing money from the secret fund, which was quite rife at that time. And he threatened to take this matter to the Commissioner of Police in head office. So he was immediately branded a traitor. And a very enterprising gentleman, one of our colleagues, took a bottle of the stuff and threw it into his police car.
Okay. Mr. Erasmus, what I really called you for is because of stratcom. I want you to explain to this court exactly what is stratcom, how was it structured, what units in the security police worked with stratcom, and what it entailed, and how does it entail to disinformation. So if you can explain to this court, stratcom, please.
Lord, it's quite an involved thing. I'll start right at the top. There was 4 parts of the government or the state organs which carried out stratcom. But to inform you, my Lord, of what stratcom is, the word is an acronym for strategic communication. Strategic being, these were matters that were in the interest of the country as a whole and our society as a whole and of great importance. The second word is, of course, self-explanatory, but the word became then stratcom. And this was based on a lot of philosophies that, I recall one of them, there was an American author by the name of McEwen, wrote a manual on counter-revolutionary warfare. They took all of these principles and encompassed it in, which was an informal unit, which then became a formal unit in 1983, carried out by primarily the South African Police, Foreign Affairs under Mr. Pick Botha, the old Bureau of State Security, BOSS, which is, I believe, now known as NEA. And these were the organs, of course, and military intelligence, the militaries. Sorry about that. Hundreds of projects were set up to get into every facet of life in South Africa, from the church that you went to the education that your children received from grade 1 in school. The thinking behind this, and a lot of very top people were brought in, historians, for example, on the school issue, was to prepare people and make them, this was very much a Cold War thing, aware of certain things, create certain impressions, and ultimately, in a way, I could imagine that if this was applied rigorously enough, the population could be controlled. There was two sides to this information, which it effectively was. I'm sure everybody will understand the term information and disinformation. It's very popular now to call stuff like this fake news. You're finding it every day on social media, where I read, for example, last week, Richard Branson had died. People just create these things, and it's a big issue now in America. In South Africa, it became a way and a very effective, and possibly the most effective tool that the old South African government, nationalist government, had of fighting the liberation movements. In my tenure in this, we stopped at absolute nothing. We had laissez-faire to do anything. My own little credits ranged from telling the world in magazines across and newspapers across the world that the ANC were a bunch of murdering thugs. Winnie Mandela was a drunken woman of low morals. Peter Makhosi was even worse. We never ever stopped churning out information. The ideal formula for doing this type of stuff was espoused by Dr. Joseph Goebbels, who was one of Adolf Hitler's henchmen during the Second World War, and the National Party took those principles, believe it or not. And it basically was that you could fool people, and you could fool them totally, and the perfect solution to putting this sting into people's minds was a 70-30 formula. So if I can use a pretty crass example, Soweto Security Branch would send us a report to a stratcom unit, or to me, in fact, and they'd say that Mama Winnie Mandela had a party that night and had a couple of people around for guests. I would take that situation and I would turn this into, that was a party that had never been held before in Soweto. And I would drop these little caveats of news onto this massive informer network that covered the whole of South Africa. And the successes of this, eventually I was given commendations because I actually achieved and got a commendation for putting material like this in the hands of the British Prime Minister, senior members of the British government, and unbelievably the head of NATO, Sir Walter Walker. I had a conversation with him, a warrant officer in the South African police, talking to General Sir Walter Walker.
Let me ask you some pointed questions. Did you do some artistic work for stratcom operations?
Yes. A very big part of my job, and I think maybe how I got involved in this type of thing was, my intentions initially was to study art, and I love drawing and that. So I was asked to draw posters, which people in the court may remember, that suspiciously appeared overnight all over South Africa. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, for God's sake, you're killing our children. I did one that went up at 20, 30,000 black schools overnight in South Africa with the spectre of death hovering over the schools, saying, look who's killing your children. Of course, behind it was the hammer and sickle. These were all to terrorize the population, scare them. And a lot of them were very ineffectual, simply because if you had to try and find out who was this third force, you only had to look who's got the capability of printing 100,000 posters and putting them up all in one night right across the Republic of South Africa.
Let me ask another pointed question. Did you forge documents?
Unfortunately, it was very good, not only on the writing side, but on the forging side. and spent many, many hours, much to the mirth of my commanding officers, practicing Archbishop Desmond Tutu's signature, which was used on many occasions. One of them, which, my Lord, I don't know if I should tell the story.
My Lord, I see it's already 11 o'clock. I don't know when you want to take your tea, German.
11:15.
11.
I think if you can just cover this aspect of it.
Please just cover this aspect.
My commanders came to me the one day with a letter. I just need 1 minute to just explain how this worked. All post coming into the Republic of South Africa and leaving the Republic of South Africa was channeled through Jeppe Street Post Office, where in the basement, the security branch had a staff of retired policemen who worked. This operation never ever ceased, worked around the clock. All the mail was examined, and anything of possible security interest was taken, placed in huge wool bags, driven down the road to John Foster Square into the basement, and the ground floor, which was also security branch offices, had an assembly line, my Lord, of old policemen with kettles steaming open envelopes, supervised, of course, by security policemen on that staff, and anything of interest was either destroyed, if it was necessary, or it was kept, and then the letter was resealed and allowed and was released. And on a day, somebody had written to Bishop Tutu and offered him, an American woman had offered, she was the administrator of a grant which had a vast fortune of somebody that had deceased, and this money was destined for philanthropic purposes. So she wrote to Bishop Tutu and she said she'd like to start the proceedings now where she would like him to get a lot of this money. That letter never went back to her, but what did go back to her was a letter that I forged where it said, "Dear Mrs. So-and-so, we resent you, white capitalists, interfering in our internal affairs. Thank you very much, but no thank you. We really don't need your money." It was actually insulting, and the idea was to stop her once again putting money into the Liberation Hands movements or to an enemy of the state like we saw the Archbishop at that time.
So you forged the letter with the signature of Archbishop, and you were the author of that.
It was sealed up and posted back to her again. There was many other incidents of this, some of them with tragic results. Letters and mail coming into Kusatu was intercepted by a colleague of mine who went to a First National Bank in Hillbrow, opened an account under a false ID in the name of Mr. Osatu, Charles Osatu, and was then able to get intercepted checks from the WH11 postal interception system, take them to the bank, and by simply inserting a dot or a comma, as Mr. Charles Osatu was able to cash them. So there was theft happening at that time on a pretty big scale.
While we've still got a little bit of time here, the End Conscription campaign, was any campaign against the End Conscription campaign?
Much of what we did was to discredit people that were becoming a danger to the state. In the End Conscription campaign, we're encouraging largely students and people that faced compulsory or obligatory national service. Their thing was to stop conscription, as the name implies. And via the informer network, we found out that they're having what was known then as a sticker blitz. The same type of stuff that we used to do at night with big posters. They'd had thousands of little yellow stickers made with a peel-off backing strip that they were going to put on poles and shops and doors and that right across Joburg. And we managed via the informer to get hold of a couple of thousand of these, bought paint remover and put our own backing strip on and stuck them on every motor car that we could find in Joburg, and including some motorbikes owned by a very notorious bike club. The effect of this was obvious. These guys were red-faced the next day. They didn't even realize what had happened. But every one of those people that ever had that sticker on the car was certainly out to flatten one of these guys if they ever saw them. So that was quite a damaging thing and regarded as a very successful operation.
What was Operation Romulus?
The stratcom operations, my lord, were finalized in 1983, and if I can just backtrack, when I joined the security branch in 1997, these things were done on a very ad hoc type basis. And
1997, 79.
I mean, I beg your pardon. For the first couple of years, were done on a very ad hoc type basis. Each security branch unit would be doing its own little number, and in the late, towards, I'm sure it was 79, a policeman was caught in Cape Town, and there was almost a huge, well, there was a huge palaver, but he just managed to escape prosecution. He managed to get away with it. And he was one of these so-called right-wingers, the third force that was operating at night. And I believe that alarmed the State Security Council and the nationalist government, because in 1983, a cabinet meeting was held where the entire cabinet were present. They were addressed by the head of the State Security Council, who had probably more power than what Botha did those years. And they decided to formalize and expand on these operations and control them to avoid the type of situation that could have arisen in Cape Town. So these operations and projects were given names, and the biggest one of them, the most heavily funded one, was known as Operation Romulus, and the basic definition was any action that one could carry out which could damage any of the liberation movements. And 8 years later, when they became alarmed about the AWB, they somehow added the AWB into that definition as well. So it was, up until the release of Mr. Mandela, it was known as, that was the defined principles of it.
Yeah. I see, as an annexure to your statement, if we just look at Annexure A to your statement, it specifically refers there, under point 2, die aksie moet onder projek Romulus hanteer word en moet ten doel hê om die SAKP 'n meelsteel om die ANC se nek te maak. And if we can just read number 4 there, u kan die aksie loods met alle vermoëns waaroor u beskik. Daar word spesifiek gedink aan die volgende: pamflette, fronte, media kontakte, inligting en benutting beriggewer, RS-agente en medewerkers. Does this relate to Operation Romulus and what you could do under Operation Romulus?
That is correct, my lord, and I do believe that this particular document actually even bears the Minister of Police's signature on it. And if it's not this one, I've got a similar one, an original, despite what he told the TRC, and I'm talking about Mr. Adrian Vlok, a renowned liar, because he's told the TRC under oath he'd never given anybody an order to commit, any policeman an order to commit an unlawful action. But his signature's on all of these type of documents. And money was made available via his office for these purposes. This was a huge operation at that time that this particular document was written.
Right. Before I'm going on to disinformation about the ANC in foreign countries, I think, my lord, it's best that we take the adjournment now.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take an adjournment at this stage, and we'll come back at 11:30, whereupon we'll proceed with the evidence.
Well, there you have it. That's the second sitting of the reopening of the Ahmed Timol inquest that has started with the former police officer. You heard him on the stand there, Paul Erasmus. He was from the security branch, who was allegedly to have been on shift that fateful night when Timol died. Now, the court, as you heard, just adjourned for tea, and we'll be back a little bit later. We'll take a short break, and I'll be right back after that.
What guides us? Is it something you can see?
We need deliverance from sin because God never.
Hear?
Carry on working to spread the message
Feel?
to the whole world.
Or touch? What leads us onto greater experiences? Is it the words of our sacred texts? The advice of our elders? Or is it the actions of our people? The strength of our beliefs? Or the voices of our citizens? Your country is guided by the voices of its people, and your broadcaster is dependent on your voice to guide it. Get your copy of the SABC's editorial policy and have your say.
The fourth and last body trapped at the Tlea gold mine has been retrieved. Let's start again. The fourth and last body trapped at the Tlea gold mine has been retrieved. The late Ronnie Mamoepa's family is expected to give details around his memorial service and funeral arrangements today. And a police officer alleged to have been present at the time of Ahmed Timol's death is on the stand at the Ahmed Timol inquest. Emergency rescue services have retrieved the fourth and last body from the Tlea gold mine in Orkney in the northwest. 4 miners were trapped underground following seismic activity at the mine on Saturday. 3 bodies were retrieved over the weekend, and the 4 men are believed to be from the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, as well as Lesotho. Meanwhile, the Mineral Resources Minister Mosebenzi Zwane and representatives of the Tlea gold mine and trade unions are expected to hold a media briefing in Orkney in the northwest today. We'll keep you updated on that story as it evolves, so you have to stay tuned. The family of the late government spokesperson, Ronnie Mamoepa, is expected to brief the media about the memorial service details as well as the funeral arrangements. Mamoepa died on Saturday night in Pretoria at the age of 56 after complications arising from a stroke he suffered last month.
Tributes continue to pour in for a man who was loved by many. Mourners flocked to his home. They included Agriculture and Fisheries Deputy Minister Tlea. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa says Mamoepa was impeccable.
He was good at his work, he was very professional, and he was a person who had a great vision about how government communications should work. So for us, this is a great loss, and for me personally, as he was my spokesperson, this is a great loss. It is going to be difficult to fill Ronnie's shoes.
Friends and colleagues paid their respect and shared their fondest memories.
We had the liberty to spend the entire day and until we bid farewell for him.
Mamoepa suffered a stroke on Sunday, 18 June. He was operated twice but has been in critical condition for the past 5 weeks. A series of prayer services will be held at home. Offences Timo, SABC News, Pretoria.
Meanwhile, the ANC Treasurer General, as well as the acting Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa's acting spokesperson, also paid tribute to Ronnie Mamoepa.
I think everyone is feeling very sad. The Deputy President, the President himself have expressed their condolences to the family. colleagues and friends of Ronnie Mamoepa's. And that's because he has really left a big gap in everyone's lives and in our offices, and not just in the presidency or in government, but I think in so many spaces around the country and internationally, because his time with the Department of Foreign Affairs in particular and his time in the ANC presidency and the presidency of government really exposed him to the global community and is held in high regard all over the world.
Convey our condolences to the family, to the presidency and to all the comrades on the sad loss of a freedom fighter, a friend, a comrade, Ronnie Mamoepa. We loved him, and as I think you have aptly described him, he was a very warm, friendly person, very professional, and we knew him as a friend. I also was a friend to his brother. Thabo was a classmate and a colleague, so we really were like family. So we want to convey our condolences to all the comrades and the family as well. It's a sad loss.
Lesotho now, where both the government and the opposition have hailed Mamoepa as an avid communicator and a diplomat.
An internationalist and a diplomat who served the then Department of Foreign Affairs and the presidency with distinction, his experience came in handy when SADC tasked his current boss, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, with mediating in the Lesotho political crisis. The experience brought by both Ramaphosa and Mamoepa to negotiations helped the Mountain Kingdom avoid conflict and loss of life during the transition from one government to the other. It also opened the door for Ramaphosa's interactions with Lesotho's highest officers, including courtesy calls to His Majesty King Tlea III. Ronnie Mamoepa was not only a constant figure on these missions, but a key facilitator of information. This is the government office complex in the capital of Lesotho, Maseru, and this is where Mr. Ronnie Mamoepa would have spent a good amount of time while on delegations with Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, walking in and out of these offices as part of facilitation efforts, and both the government and the opposition knew him well.
I learned a lot from him. He was mature, very responsible, articulate, and it's very sad that he has suddenly departed from this world, and he will be certainly missed. He is a very well-known figure, not only within South Africa or SADC. From the office of the Prime Minister of Lesotho, we would like to extend and convey our condolences.
In the meetings, he would be very quiet as the spokesperson, but his reports after the meetings were always very succinct, reflecting the discussions that took place in those meetings. And the last time that I met him was just before the elections, when Vice President Ramaphosa was here to oversee the elections, and we had a very long chat in the Prime Minister's waiting room, and he was a very jolly person, telling us a lot of stories about his growing up and his contribution to the struggle in South Africa. We are hopeful that SADC will not abandon Lesotho at this point, because, this is the third coalition government. We are back in opposition, and there are issues that are already showing signs that we need SADC to still remain in Lesotho. We have had issues relating to the changing of taking first leave of the Commissioner of Police.
The Lesotho media too hailed his role in opening up access to previously conservative government processes and offices. Ntakwana Ngadani, SABC News, Maseru, Lesotho.
The second sitting of the reopening of the Ahmed Timol inquest commences at the North Gauteng High Court this morning. Former South African police officer Paul Erasmus, who was stationed at John Foster Square, he was on the stand, and he will be followed by a witness who has seen Timol's body fall.
October 1971. Ahmed Timol is dead, just 4 days after brutal interrogation. The following year, an inquest rules that Timol jumped from the 10th floor of John Foster Square.
The issue is, why would he commit suicide?
A question that's haunted Timol's family for over 4 decades.
life. And there's no way that he would take his own life. No way. He was mentally very stable. He had an extremely strong personality.
Another inquest opened, and the first step to exposing the truth, former detainees lining up to testify. Among the witnesses, Dr. Salim Esop, Timol's friend and fellow detainee. He demonstrated how he last saw Timol alive after a systematic torture. The 1972 suicide version rejected again. Now the court's first witnesses of interest, former security police involved in the arrest and interrogation of Timol. SABC News, Johannesburg.
We'll go back to court shortly after tea. Meanwhile, ANC MP Makhosi Khoza says that she is not ill-disciplined and has always toed the party line. However, she says when South Africans marched against the President Jacob Zuma in April, things changed.
A problem maker, and the truth be told, we've had 7 votes of no confidences in Parliament. I've always voted for the ANC. I have never voted against the ANC. But this case is different. On the 7th of April, the people of South Africa marched, demanding the very thing we've been voting against. So I am trying to act consistent with the mandate given by the people. That's it.
But shouldn't you toe the party line? That is what many is asking.
The party line is very important to toe. I also understand that any party requires some kind of position. But what do you do when the party line is in conflict or is at war with the people that elected us? What do you do? Do you choose the party or do you choose the people? Those are the dilemmas that I found myself in, and I hope that I know that other MPs are feeling the same thing as myself.
Now, Dr. Khoza has refused to back down from her criticism of the party and the President Jacob Zuma after hearing that she will be charged with ill discipline. She says that she has been singled out as a troublemaker by standing for what she believes is right. The ANC in KwaZulu-Natal has confirmed that a letter will be served on her on Tuesday, informing her of a decision to charge her with bringing the party into disrepute. The party in the province says that Khoza has overstepped her mark. Earlier, our Durban reporter Yanda Mshlongo spoke to the ANC provincial spokesperson Mdumiseni Ntuli, and he said they are going to deal harshly with any ill-disciplined member, including Dr. Khoza.
Let me confirm that indeed, as a PC, the Provincial Working Committee in particular, we've taken a decision that we have to take Comrade Makhosi Khoza to a disciplinary process. And the reason why we've taken that decision is because all of us had entertained the hope that when we went to a national policy conference, and the 2 days preceding the national policy conference, which were intended as a consultative conference, we had an opportunity to reflect in greater detail on the challenges facing the African National Congress. We had an opportunity to evaluate the leadership of our movement, including President Zuma. We had an opportunity not only to think about ourselves, but also to think about the future of our country and the leadership role of the ANC in society. And all of us accepted the fact that through our own act of omission or commission, we might have committed mistakes, as a result of which the image of the ANC has been tarnished and has been damaged. That includes everybody, including the president of the ANC. But we said, what do we do from here? And the consensus amongst all of us was that emerging from the National Policy Conference, let's agree that we are going to have a paradigm shift.
Well, we also heard from Dr. Khoza in that interview that she was off sick for 10 days, so she couldn't attend the first 2 days of the conference where the challenges confronting the party was discussed. Meanwhile, political analyst Professor Dirk Coetzee says that the ANC is trying to use Makhosi Khoza as a scapegoat by blaming her for divisions within the party. He says the ANC needs to deal with the problem and not the symptom.
There's going to be a stalemate, and it's very difficult to resolve this because she has put herself in a position in terms of the election campaign, clearly critical of President Zuma and therefore by implication supporting some of the other candidates. And it's going to be exceptionally difficult for the ANC's national disciplinary hearings because she can appeal from the provincial disciplinary hearings to the national bodies. There's also an appeal committee, a disciplinary committee, and then and that is chaired by Derek Hanekom. So it's going to put the ANC on the spot of how to resolve this matter. And I don't think the disciplinary hearing approach will ultimately be able to resolve it. It's indicative or actually symptomatic of the deep divisions within the ANC at this stage. And to use one person as a scapegoat in order to sort of take responsibility for the factionalism in the ANC, I don't think is going to work.
Zoning of the Imizamo Yeto informal settlement in Houtbaai on the Cape Peninsula will resume this morning after a peace deal was reached between the two factions over the weekend. Ongoing protest over housing in the settlement flared up again over the weekend. Houses, an ANC office, as well as business containers were all set alight. Meanwhile, Police Minister Fikile Mbalula says more police officers will be deployed at the informal settlement.
At least 5 people have been arrested after the torching of houses in the area. Mbalula says the police are determined to maintain law and order. He says residents' legitimate struggles for proper housing have been hijacked by criminal elements.
There is an element, and it is an element that benefits out of the unhealthy and human settlement that we have at the present moment because people are benefiting out of that financially. They've rented out shacks to foreign nationals, So those people are paying them. They've rented out other spaces to people who come from far afield looking for jobs in Cape Town. So they are beneficiaries of that. That is the dimension that it takes, which is corruption.
Mbalula vowed that although the government is prepared to listen to the people's grievances, it is, however, not prepared to negotiate with criminals.
We are very much aligned to maintain law and order here. What we cannot allow our people to do is to degenerate into lawlessness. We can't allow that. And the police are here to maintain law and order.
The minister says the police have identified leaders who are promoting anarchy in the area. He says they are being washed and will soon face the full might of the law. Manilis Tubase, SABC News, Cape Town.
And it's not always about taking a tough stand, so says the police, because the police in Mpumalanga have adopted 2 underprivileged families in Middleburg. Now, this is a good news story. One family is headed by a 17-year-old girl, and the other by an unemployed mother of 4. Both their homes were refurbished by the men and ladies in blue.
A life-changing opportunity for Priscilla Tobani and her 4 children. They now have a decent home, thanks to Mpumalanga police. This used to be their home. The kitchen leaves much to be desired. Tobani and her elder daughter are both mentally disabled, but appreciate the gesture.
I thank the police for everything they've done. They've given us new beds, kitchen cupboards, everything.
At this family, the oldest member is only 17 years old. They too had their home renovated and even fenced. This is what their house used to look like.
I was happy, so that's why I cried. It was tears of joy. So I'm happy. My bedroom is extremely beautiful. So
the sofas are beautiful. We didn't have a fridge, microwave, cupboards, TV, and a shower. My bed is beautiful.
Mpumalanga police say they will continue helping destitute families.
Our endeavor to assist this family is also part and parcel of fighting crime, because when we assist them, we are making sure that they don't go out into criminality in order to survive.
Members of the police and Community Policing Forum got their hands dirty, renovating fencing and painting these houses. They say they are proud to help their community. Sibongile Mkani Mpolweni, SABC News, Middelburg in Mpumalanga.
A big round of applause to the police in Mpumalanga. What a wonderful gesture. Now back to one of our main stories. The second sitting of the reopening of the Ahmed Timol inquest in Pretoria is on, and we go now live to our reporter Makhosi Khoza, who is covering the story for us. Makhosi, very good morning to you. Now the inquest has taken a tea break. What has been some of the evidence that came out, especially from the former South African police officer Paul Erasmus, who was stationed at John Foster Square?
Very good morning to you, Elvis. Of course, this is the second sitting of the Timol inquest after the Johannesburg High Court session just a couple of weeks ago. So still shocking testimonies that have come through in court today. And of course, we heard from the former state advocate, Alexandra Matthews, indicating that he was in an office either on the 6th or 4th floor of John Foster Square when this incident happened in 1971. What he saw while he was in that office is that he saw a body fall past going down, and that's when he heard over the newspapers or through newspapers that was Timol who actually fell past that particular office he was in. So at that moment, he was never called to actually testify during the first inquest into Timol's death. He was never called by police to actually take the statement. And at that moment, he didn't see any sense of agency from police, or even an ambulance was not there on time. So at this stage, we understand that, if you recall, just a couple of weeks ago in Johannesburg, Dr. Delsha Detham, she gave her part of testimony, saying that on that Tuesday night when Timol was said to be dead, she had heard screams, and she believed that was Timol's voice, and all of a sudden there were no screams, and what she had in the passage, she had movements, and that could have been of the police.
But it looks like we've lost our reporter there, Makhosi Khoza, coming to us live from the North Gauteng High Court in Pretoria. Now, you know that they're taking a break, a tea break that is. As soon as they're back, we'll go there live. But right now, let's take a short break ourselves, and we'll be back right after that.
What guides us? What leads us forward? Is it leaders on a soapbox, spouting rhetoric for the crowd? Is it the actions of our people? Or the voices of our citizens? Your country is guided by the voices of its people. And your broadcaster is dependent on your voice to guide it. Get your copy of the SABC's editorial policy and have your say.
From the moment you start your day. Good morning, everybody. It is 6 o'clock. We are there for you.
You want a guarantee from the leadership that we should not be leaders who will steal? I'm prepared to give that guarantee that we should not steal from our people.
We bring your morning into perspective.
This is the reason they keep putting fees up. They're not getting enough money.
We'll make sure that you get the full story.
The police officers from specifically Moffat View Police Station, they support these brothels. What have you found upon your investigations on this matter?
I cannot deny those allegations.
And you can count on the weather team with expertise.
Join us live at 6 a.m. daily.
Now back to our main story of the day. The second sitting of the reopening of the Ahmed Timol inquest in Pretoria is underway. Let's go there live.
I understood it promised an amount of £16 million to Nelson Mandela, and after Mr. John Major read the drivel that I dished up to complete with pictures of this Mayo-style communism that was going to come to place in South Africa. He reduced the amount to £6 million. Another success was sending out police footage where I removed all record of the origins as an actual footage videotape of a necklacing. I managed to get onto Japanese TV, and as I recall, they didn't, when they saw it, they were horrified. They didn't even want Mr. Mandela to visit Japan at that stage. There was a bit of a diplomatic embarrassment. So these things were very successful.
I want to talk to you about Sinn Féin, a letter to Sinn Féin, specifically because that relates to the issues in this case. Did you ever send a letter to Sinn Féin? And can you describe to us what that was?
Well, one of the big stratcom targets was the upcoming 40, I think it was the 48th anniversary of the ANC. And another letter, one of the letters that I did send to John Major was a forged invitation from the ANC to the IRA to attend this 48th conference. And the British government were absolutely horrified. If one realized that at that stage of the game they were still fighting the IRA tooth and nail in Northern Ireland. And here was the people they'd have to do business with, a prospective new South African government that was already in bed with these guys, and this was before the actual handover of power to the ANC.
But what about the signature of Raymond Sutton?
That was lifted off one document of itself and placed on a forged letter of invitation from the ANC.
If we look at Annex B to your statement, you'll see there a letter purportedly being given out by the African National Congress and their Raymond Sutton. You say you lifted that signature of Raymond Sutton?
That is correct. One can actually notice that I don't think Mr. Sutton would have actually signed that way. If you just look at it, it doesn't line up. It's because I had problems at that stage with the machine that I had to use, which was a rather primitive piece of equipment.
And you made this forgery?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can continue along this same line, because that's the relevance for me specifically. If we talk about Mr. Dave Dalling.
The enemies of the National Party were many, and included obviously people in the opposition ranks of the then Parliament. One of them was very critical of de Klerk and his cronies was, of course, Mr. Dave Dalling. And a rumour had been spread, I do believe, by stratcom agents that worked in the media, and there was hundreds. The media obviously a prime target, that Dave Dalling might cross the floor, as it were, and declare himself by joining the ANC. So we decided to embarrass him, and I forged a cheque with his signature on for the 12 Rand, that's what it was those years, membership to join the ANC, and had it delivered to the newspapers who headlined it. Of course, he was attacked the minute this came out. He was attacked by members. The Clerk and company would have used this now as a means to say to him, but Mr. Dalling, you're already a member of the ANC. And he was so confused because the forgery was very good. I must say to my credit, and sadly. He wasn't even certain that he hadn't. In fact, I think his first reaction was he said that somebody put checks in front of him. He didn't know what he was actually signing. But he did deny it, which caused him some embarrassment.
I think Annex D to your statement is a classical example of stratcom. If you can take us to the Alexandra Civic Association pamphlet and can tell us what was your involvement with this Exhibit D. This leaflet, where did it come from? Who developed and whose handiwork is this?
This is my artwork. Information was received. There was Alexander Township in Johannesburg was quite a hotbed of political activity at that time, and there was two organizations promoting this or fomenting this dissent in Alex at that time, and the target here was a gentleman by the name of Moses Mayakisa and Obed Bapela, Richard Marikani, and a couple of other members. We'd found out that they'd actually moved out of Alexander Township and moved into, I think one of them was staying in Ponty buildings. So the whole thing here was, how could these guys be revolutionaries and representing the people and they didn't even live in the place anymore? So I drew this originally with a Koki pen, and it was corrected by the government printing service who did all our printing. And I think they printed 100,000 or something like this, which were once again dumped all over the township that night, and had a very negative effect on the target group. That would have been, of course, Moses Mayakisa, Mr. Bapela, Richard Marikani, and others.
If we go to the second page there, it's stated they're issued by the Alexandra Civic Association. Obviously that's a lie. That's a false.
It's totally a fabrication from our side.
Right.
To just explain that I was not this genius that had all of this. Every day I was given sometimes a box full of stuff that could be of so-called stratcom value. And I was very hard pressed to try and do something with these things because of the time limit, and I didn't know everything. So it worked like this. As the stratcom agent, people in the intelligence community would invariably come and see me, or they saw a situation which we could have used, and I would put something together.
To conclude on stratcom, I just want to ask you, was any front organizations formed?
My lord, yes, there was. There was news agents formed. One of them was by a colleague, Mr. Marco Bellingham, ex-captain Marco Bellingham, and I set up, and two other people set up a thing called PANA, Pan-African News Agency, which I believe still carried on for many years after all of this. On the trade union side, we set up a thing called CAFESA, Confederation of South African Trade Unions, and that was obviously to counter groups like COSATU and try and find some moderate support, and in this way oppose groups, enemy groups like, of course, COSATU and Nihawu and the rest of it.
And the support police group also?
Correct.
To conclude, I want to ask you, was it within the state's powers to falsify documents, pamphlets, leaflets, or not?
Well, I had, at the end of my tenure in John Foster Square, we actually moved out to secret offices that were rented for this purpose, and under a front company known as Lamont Market Research. No, I don't know if they're still going, but we moved out to executive offices in Randburg, and I had a room full of typewriters, every pen, type of paper, fax machine, and I actually had a staff headed by an elderly man who's in his 80s, who'd been in British intelligence, believe it or not, in the Second World War. And his sole job, my lord, was to sit at night and write with either one of his hands, and he was very good at it, and as I was, but the volume was just too much for me. I would write letters from Mr. John Kanyiso in Atteridgeville, criticizing the ANC, and then they would print that in the newspaper. But the letters looked so good, and we'd complete the effect by letting them get now dirty, drip candle wax on them, and none of them were ever the same. And I think a highlight of this whole campaign was in one day, I personally wrote all the letters to the editor in the Citizen newspaper, and I wrote the editorial. And the whole thing was one huge monster attack on the ANC's branches in Johannesburg. So, yeah, sorry to answer your question, yes, we definitely had the ability to forge and create anything that we wanted to.
I want to move over to a new subject, and that's torture at John Foster. Now, being a John Foster for the bigger part of your 70 years in the security police, did you ever observe torture on suspects or even witnesses at John Foster?
Yes, I did, my lord.
What methods were used?
Well, I should maybe just give a little, if I may, my lord, just give a little bit of the history. When I joined as a young security policeman, Soweto was a section that was, security branch was run by Johannesburg Security Branch from John Foster Square. So we'd go on these huge raids together with the Soweto Security Branch guys and catch the first terrorists that were being identified and being apprehended in South Africa at that time. And I witnessed the first torture that I ever saw on a vast scale on the 10th floor at John Foster Square, where this man's testicles, and I've asked forgiveness if I can give any details, were being crushed by Colonel Cronrod, who was then Major Cronrod. And what struck me at the time was the, I must just say this, it was the severity of this attack. And I often wondered if I'd be called on to do things like that. But for the rest of my life as a field worker, our job was not really on the investigation staff, but we were called on regularly to do interrogations. I think one either had the stomach for it or you didn't. I do know about the various, I don't know if you want me to elaborate, the various forms of torture that we used, or pressure that we used on people. My own role was, I'd say, more common assault or creating a fear factor by slaps and stuff like that. But I have dealt with all of that in my amnesty application. But yes, torture was standard procedure, and the basis of this was sleep deprivation, if it was time permitting. The pressure was on the investigator and the interrogators to get the information as quick as possible. I went on a security course in 1978. And my notebook actually exists to this day, which I've got here with me. And I think over a period of about 2 days, we were lectured on methods of interrogation stroke torture. Although, to be quite fair, they never ever said, this is how you hit somebody or this is how you use electric shock machine. But in point number 4 of the notes, which I took down quite pedantically or very accurately, and writing in Afrikaans, because the lecture, of course, was in Afrikaans, I wrote there, totale vrees. Vrees, hy kan enige oomblik vernietig word. The aim of this psychologically was that the person that you were interrogating, you had to get control of that person's psyche as quickly as possible. Sleep deprivation being a major part of this would disorientate the people. They'd be given meals at irregular times, your body clock would go out, and then, of course, like you see in the movies, there was always the good guy, bad guy. One guy would go in there and beat the hell out of the detainee, and 2 minutes later, a gentle soul would come in and say, no, man, you can't carry on like this. You're going to die in this place. Just tell me this. And, of course, these methods worked. But yes, to answer your question, I do realize that you would wanted some elaboration on this. I saw too many tortures and interrogations where physical violence was used to even give you an accurate number. There was many, and I was not an investigator per se.
Yeah. The one other relevant part that I wanted to touch with you is your involvement with the inquest of the Neil Agate matter. Were you involved in the events after the death of Neil Agate?
That is correct, my lord.
Tell us in your own words exactly what was your role.
Well, on a day I was visited by a young Lieutenant Stephen Peter Whitehead in my office on the 9th floor. Whitehead worked for Cronrod, Colonel Arthur Benoni Cronrod on the 10th floor. And quite personally, I didn't like him. He had this meteoric rise to becoming an officer. And he was a pretty arrogant guy, but he came in and he said to me, "We've chosen you to accompany me on almost a mission impossible. We're going to travel around South Africa, but I will be briefed." And eventually I was briefed together with him by our commanding officer. And the scenario was this, was that Neil Agate, Dr. Neil Agate in detention had hung himself, and that we were to proceed on a laissez-faire basis. I was to accompany Whitehead, given my skills at getting in, breaking into places, and being my lord, I'm trying to think of another word for a bull dust artist. We would have to create a cover story and go anywhere in South Africa and quite simply prove that Dr. Agate was suicidal from the day he was born. The brief that we had was that the state could not afford another Ahmed Timol type event, or worse, a Biko type event where so much damage had been done to the government. So Mr. Whitehead and I set out on this trip. We started, of course, at his school in Grahamstown. We're reasonably successful, but not as far as our brief. We managed to fool a lot of people, but we didn't find out anything about him being suicidal. We then received information that his parents stayed in Somerset West, had gone away, and this proved a possible way of getting into the house and looking for stuff which could be of interest in this matter. Personal letters that he had addressed to his parents. I remember examples like, "Dear Mom, I'm feeling so down, I'm so depressed." Anything that could come up of value where the state could ward off this thing that he'd been tortured or murdered or killed or whatever. On the night that we went to Agate's parents' home in Somerset West, Mr. Whitehead was actually too scared to accompany me. I went on my own, and as fate would have it, I was caught in the house by the domestic assistant. And the whole cover-up attempt to this thing was bungled terribly. And yeah, the state were now sitting with, in fact, it was so bad, my lord, that the head of the security branch for the Western Cape called us personally into his office. It was a brigadier, a guy by the name of Brigadier Khoza. And he told us in no uncertain terms to get the hell out of his province because the heat was on big time. Not only had we failed in our mission, but there was another incident where the state was involved in illegal activity. I was then summoned to the Commissioner of Police's office in Pretoria, General Johan Kutsia, my ex-boss. In the office was Colonel Werrak, my apologies, Colonel Gloy. Hans Gloy. And one or two other generals, Falloon maybe. And a meeting was held to decide on how the state or the police were going to handle this thing about me being caught in the house. Gloy then drew up a statement, which I've got the original of, with his handwriting on it. And the story was created that I had gone to the house. We'd received information from an informer that a trade unionist, Gavin Anderson, had been hiding at the Agate's parents' home in Somerset West, and that was the reason that I went there. Nothing to do with the trial, and it was just supposedly happenstance that Stephen Whitehead had to be there. I spent the whole day literally in the Commissioner's office, preparing the statement. They read it, reread it, read it, reread it, and at a point, Johan Kutsia, the then head of the security branch, phoned the Attorney General in the Western Cape, Neil Rousseau. And he told him, Rousseau obviously knew the story, but He told him that the man is there, he'd spoken to me, and he said, are you prepared to plead guilty on this? It's not going to be held against you, and it won't go on your record, because I was studying then to get promoted. He said, in fact, it's for volk and vaderland, you know, the old, for the Oranje, the Blanje, and the Blou. We would like you to go to Cape Town, and we'll arrange that some of the charges against you are dropped, but plead guilty to illegal search, and you're going to be fined 200 Rand, and we will give you the money, which I left later that afternoon with a final statement and the 200 Rand, and we headed for Cape Town where the case came up. I pleaded guilty. The charges, 3 of the charges were withdrawn, and I paid the 200 Rand fine. What I didn't know, I might just mention, and one of the reasons why I left the service earlier was that I never passed the promotion exam suspiciously after that, and it took me 8 years to find out that it had in fact gone on my record. And when they tried to correct this, there was of course people that weren't involved in this. They said that I'm not officer material. So it cost me very dearly, and it was a very unfortunate part of my career.
Maybe the last part that's very relevant. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Erasmus, but the last part that's very relevant. Tell me, were any police witnesses prepared for this inquest? Was there any preparation of the police witnesses for the inquest?
We had mock trials on the 10th floor, endlessly, where people like myself that were called to sit in there and pretend to be, as he's in the court, Mr. Bezos, and throw questions to train Whitehead to resist this process that he had to go through. So we could think up anything that the opposition, as in Mr. Bezos here, could come out with at the trial, and that was the state's way of preparing Whitehead.
But also important, and I'll be failing my duty if I don't. Telephone tapping. Was any telephone tapping done to know what kind of line of questioning would come?
I think led by Mr. Arthur Benoni Cronrod, Colonel Cronrod, who had a pathological hatred for Mr. Bezos. In fact, told us in no uncertain terms that given any chance, we must kill him, ride over him, poison him, arrange his demise. Cronrod had it in for him very badly. But yes, his telephone was tapped, and attempts were made to bug Mr. Bezos' office. That was not my job, I must say, but I was aware of it. And I don't know if that ever succeeded, but I do remember clearly that a very successful tomato, which was our way of calling a bug, was placed in the offices of Priscilla Jana and Associates, where I think Mr. Bezos actually spent quite a lot of time. I'm not certain about that.
Lord, that concludes my questioning for examination. Thank you.
Yes.
As the court pleases. Mr. Erasmus, I just want to check, you mentioned in your oral evidence, as well as your statement, that you were with the security branch for 17 years. When did you actually join the South African police for the first time?
Immediately after matriculation, January 1975. I was in uniform branch at Cleveland, and of course, as we all know, the riots happened. My intention was to join the police, was to get out of 18 months as a so-called kanon donkey in Potchefstroom, and the easier way to get this military service out of the way was to become a policeman. So I chose that option because it was only 5 months away from home instead of 18 months away from home. But the 1976 riots had a huge effect on me. I was actually quite a religious young man, and when I saw that carnage, it in a way motivated me to see what was behind this. And I was then approached in a way, I suppose, to not end my career, but make a career in the SAP, and I was transferred to security branch in January 1977, the 11th of January.
So prior to January 77, you were just in the uniform branch doing typical policing duties?
Patrol duties, delivering summonses, the usual stuff.
If I could just ask a number of questions that arises from your evidence in chief. My learned friend, Mr. Pretorius, asked several questions relating to stratcom. The unit in Johannesburg was, am I correct in saying that was referred to, or that had the name Intelligent Johannesburg?
My lord, these terms changed as this ballooning process happened in the security branch. There was a time C1, C2, D1, D2, which creates a lot of confusion now in retrospect. But to answer your question, sir, it would be, yes, covert intelligence gathering. And just for the record, Johannesburg didn't have an individually constituted stratcom unit because of the proximity to Pretoria. So initially, stratcom in Johannesburg the functions were carried out by the chief stratcom unit in the country was on the roof at Waghuis, right on top of the building, by Colonel McIntyre and his staff. But they would call on people like me. I was eventually the guy that had to do their artwork, and they gave me a lot of pens and inks and whatever I needed.
Mr. Erasmus, would I be correct in describing the operations of stratcom as primarily misinformation and propaganda, and ultimately to carry out a strategy of deception?
That would be a very accurate description.
You've already given us some examples, but just to complete the possible kinds of activities, was there a so-called soft stratcom and a so-called hard stratcom?
That is correct. A soft stratcom would be something like the Mayakiso pamphlet, which was done very quickly and was non-illegal in the sense that there was no major crime being perpetrated here that I'm aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the opposite end of the scale, I was involved in a plot, for example, where the radio announcer, Mr. John Robbie, was firing terrible shots those years at that time at the South African police. And a plot was hatched whereby we would get an agent, somebody, or one of us possibly, under a false flag, would challenge Mr. Robbie on air to come with the police and see what we actually have to deal with. And he would then be taken out to Soweto where, guess what? Colonel de Kock and the Vlakplaas guys would be waiting, and they would then stage this firefight where policemen would rescue John Robbie from these balaclava and terrorists who shot him in the plan was to shoot him in the leg. That would have been our classical hard stratcom. And there's many others, the Motherwell killings, stuff like that.
The Motherwell killings would be hard stratcom.
Hard stratcom. So if I may add, if I may, just for the benefit of the court, part of the reason I'm giving this evidence today was that was applied to me. They were, at a point, I found out things that I shouldn't have found out long before even the Goldstone Commission. And when they knew that there was a possibility that I would talk, de Kock himself was given instructions to blow me and my family to pieces, and my son sitting there in the court. And the clerk would have then used that as a thing that the ANC can't control the SDUs, the self-defense units running around the country. Yeah, they murder a young security policeman and his beautiful wife and kids. And that was the day that I decided, that's me, done, finished.
That was in the early 1990s?
That's correct. Okay. Stratcom carried on, I might just mention, 18 months after the release of Nelson Mandela in February 1990.
So the examples we've picked up in our research on Stratcom, it included a very impressive range of activities, such as putting up graffiti, fake pamphlets, as we've already heard from you, pouring paint remover over vehicles, disrupting protest gatherings, the use of stink bombs, as you've mentioned, tear gas, theft, threatening phone calls, blackmails, framing people, assault, slashing of car tires, bricks through windows, loosening wheel nuts and bolts of vehicles, firing shots at houses, arson, petrol bomb attacks on vehicles, homes and buildings. Does that all sound familiar to you?
I think the only one you possibly missed out was blowing up buildings like Kasata House, because that was another Stratcom that was ordered by, I've got to choose my words, Mr. P.W. Botha personally, with acting together with Mr. Vlok. In fact, my colleagues, Eugene de Kock's first job after that job was done was to phone him in the morning and tell him that he didn't want anybody killed, that they'd carried out the operation without loss of life. That would have been a classical hard Stratcom.
So that was a bombing of a building would be regarded as hard Stratcom.
Yeah.
We've also discovered that there were other activities such as spreading disinformation about an individual in order to cause people to suspect him or her of being an agent and so to attack that person.
That is correct. I was involved in several matters like that. I don't know if you want me to elaborate.
And it's not necessary. It's not necessary. The final example we came across, and this is from the Truth Commission records, of a strategy of fabricating stories to suggest that murders and other crimes were the result of factional conflict, so-called black-on-black violence.
Well, that was the brainchild of none other than Mr. Rolf Meyer. And we were lectured extensively. I attended, I think, 2 or 3 courses on this whole principle about so-called black-on-black violence. And I don't think it hasn't been said before, but my erstwhile colleague, Mr. de Kock, was responsible for gun running to factions in KwaZulu-Natal as part of this whole thing that the black people were fighting each other more than a pending sort of racial war or a war against the nationalist government. The perception was, I must point this out, was that the Nats could do business with the Zulus, but not with anybody else. And the decisions were then made to arm them, but I'm not a specialist on that. I did participate on a very limited surface in that I donated some firearms which I had floating around to that particular project.
And actually just a few more examples dealing with bombings. There was testimony before the Truth Commission that bomb threats and occasional bombings were used in order to create an atmosphere of fear. And so sometimes Stratcom operatives would bomb even shopping centres and movie theatres.
That is correct. I was once told, and I believe it because my very best friend and my partner was one of the people that did this. I'm talking about the late Warrant Officer R.A. Bayers. After the Magoo bombings in Durban, 2 security policemen, explosive experts, and I think Colonel de Kock might have been present, blew up the Why Not restaurant and killed people as a reprisal raid. The perception being there was that if McBride could choose a target like a little coffee shop or whatever in Durban, we could do the same with a gay club where blacks were dancing in Hillbrow. And I think probably it's not a bad estimation that 60% of the explosions that happened in Johannesburg were originated from the Johannesburg security branch. Another was Anglo-American, by the way. It was a message to them, you're going to go and deal with the ANC in Lusaka. The ANC is going to double deal you because, yeah, they're attacking 101 Main Street, Anglo-American's head office.
So just to conclude on Stratcom, looking back on it with the benefit of hindsight, would you describe it as a success or a failure?
What could I say? In some areas it might have been a success. There's perceptions that were created those years that exist to this day. I've met a lot of the people that were my sort of personal victims, for lack of a better term, like Peter Makhosi. And I spent possibly 2 hours with him explaining to him how this whole thing worked, and he was absolutely flummoxed about a security policeman saying to me, oh, let's go and have a drink, here's some money. And conveniently there was another security cop taking a photograph, and he cracked a joke, and here's Peter Makhosi smiling, and it was Captain Arvier from, I think, Pretoria Security Branch giving Peter Makhosi money. And this thing was then spread out to say that Makhosi is an agent of the security branch. And I do know that that still exists to this day. Another very famous case is, of course, Mrs. Mandela, that I was personally involved in.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Erasmus, I now want to move to the topic of John Vorster Square, and in particular to your knowledge and experience of torture and abuse that took place in John Vorster Square. Firstly, are you familiar with a particular room in the building which became known as the Vara Kama, or the Truth Room?
I am. I think the room number is, if my memory serves me correct, 1026, 10th floor.
Well, I want to show you some pictures, if I may. We have flagged the pictures. Thank you. My Lord, this is the photo album in volume F, prepared by Warrant Officer J.M. Kruger. It's the same one. Sorry, that has to go to the witness. My Lord, if I can ask you to turn to photo 37. Unfortunately, this particular album is not numbered, but each photograph is numbered, so we'll start at photo 37. Mr. Erasmus, have you found photo 37?
1 second. Yes. Do you want me to comment on it?
Yes. Would that be the Vara Kama, or the Truth Room? It would be the blue door on the right-hand side.
That is correct, but I don't believe that's room 1026. I think room 1026 was a glass panelled room facing the outside of the building.
Yes. In actual fact, and you can see this on the following page, on photo 39, it looks like this is room 1037, and it in fact is a storeroom with no windows round the corner from room 1026.
That's correct. I know that area particularly well, in fact.
So to be clear, from your recollection, was this the so-called Vara Kama, the storeroom?
It may have been used as a Vara Kama, but I think even in my time it was probably used as a storeroom. And I'd just like to point out the first interrogation that I ever saw actually was right next to that blue door. But there was a lot of people being held at that time. So they were all being hammered. What I'm trying to say is it wasn't always a case of the person had to be taken into X room, the door closed, and then beaten or interrogated.
So why was this room referred to as Divara Kama, the truth room?
I think a lot of that might have been a fear factor for people that have been in detention or came back, was that, you know, you're not going to cooperate with us, you're going to go upstairs, or you'll end up in the truth room where you will speak. Much of the mechanisms of breaking a person was, as I mentioned, fear. But I think it was referred to amongst us as well as Divara Kama.
And there was an expectation that if you were taken to Divara Kama,
you would talk.
Some pretty brutal torture or assault would take place in the truth room.
The same sort of thing about the 10th floor, John Foster Square, got this whole aura of, you know, it was the evil 10th floor, because that was where the investigation branch were housed.
So for the record, Your Lordship, photograph 37 does depict the 10th floor. In the corner office would be room 1024. That's the office where there's also a vault. Next to it on the right would be 1025, and then there would be
1026.
Room 1026. It's depicted at photo 37. It's also depicted in photo 38 and 39.
You're seeing the girl that is facing the camera is 1024.
That's right. That's right.
And 1026 does not appear in this picture.
It doesn't, but if you page to photo 42, I believe that is in fact 1026, so that's round the corner.
Which one? The one nearest to the camera or the one further away? The one that's open?
My Lord, my junior tells me that my eyesight's also not that great, but he tells me it's the first door that is room 1026.
On photo?
On photo 42.
42.
And photo 43, I believe, is the entrance to 1025, which has an interleading door into 1024, which also has the vault.
Okay.
Mr. Erasmus, in your affidavit on paragraph 6, at page 6, you make reference to the need to breaking a detainee. That's about halfway down in paragraph 6. Paramount to breaking a person. Can you just explain what is meant by breaking a person?
I suppose one could define it, my lord, as where that person reached the stage where you had their cooperation 100%. They were prepared to make a confession, a written confession, and they were prepared to cooperate with the state in a trial, and if possible, an additional bonus would be where they would implicate their fellow travelers or colleagues or whatever, the people that were involved in their group.
And what was involved in breaking a person? Well, is it the same as you mentioned? You said at point 4 in your training notes, you mentioned the phrase getting to the state of totale vrees.
That's correct.
Total fear. And
well,
what would you do to generate this totale vrees.
As we were taught, the whole secret to this interrogation was your analysis of the person that you interrogated. What were their fears? Very important thing. I recall making, just in my own case, when this was under discussion, they asked now, what fears does one have? I'm terrified of spiders, for example, so it wouldn't take much for anybody who knew that to put a spider in my face, and I would probably tell them anything. So if a person had, for example, a fear of snakes, the same thing, a fear of heights, the same thing. You had to get to this point where that person believed that you had sole control over their life. Nobody else. You controlled their life.
And in that paragraph, you spoke of this tactic of sleep deprivation and keeping detainees awake for days on end.
That's correct.
Was that standard practice?
Standard practice.
You also spoke of a roster being drawn up for this very purpose so that the interrogators could keep going. You say teams of normally 2 or 3 people, 2 or 3 interrogators would work around the clock to keep the detainees awake.
My Lord, that is 100% correct. Even us that were field workers and not on the investigation branch would be roped in to keep this process going because there wasn't simply staff-wise enough. And like I say, it carried on. There were times, for example, over Christmas or New Year where you had your teams there keeping those guys awake. Sleep deprivation was the basis of this interrogation.
So sometimes you would have to move detainees between officers?
That happened frequently and was an endless problem, a set of problems, as many have come to light, where people could see through that frosted glass, for example. And then you were aware that people were being moved around. Sometimes even officers on the 9th floor were used for interrogation purposes.
Were any steps taken to prevent these detainees perhaps from seeing what was going on?
They were blindfolded almost universally. If they had, for example, eventually there was an inspector of detainees, as everybody knows, was appointed, and they were prepared and allowed to rest or whatever. They were taken to a room which was, of course, had a tomato in it, which was a bug, in case any messages passed, and they would be taken there totally disorientated, but the blindfolds would be removed sort of just around the corner, and they would have an opportunity to see a mother or a wife or whatever.
And when they were moved, you said they had a blindfold. Or did they have anything else on their heads? A hood, anything of that nature?
No. The hoods were, I think the Americans call it waterboarding, was putting a wet bag over
yes,
somebody's
no, I'm
face.
talking about something to obscure vision.
Yes, no, absolutely.
So when they were being moved in the corridors,
they were blindfolded.
They were blindfolded, either with a blindfold or
with a bag, a loose
or a
cotton bag.
Can you explain to the court whether electric shocks were used, and if so, do you have any experience of yourself applying electric shock treatment?
My Lord, I sadly do, and this was in Novemberland. But my first experience of an electric shock was that these were used very widely in the police, not only by the security police, and that was as a young constable at Bedfordview Police Station, where the detectives had these little shock machines which everybody had from the old telephone system, the old slinger system. So you had this little machine which you could wind it up, and the intensity of the voltage coming through these 2 wires would increase proportionate to the amount of how much you spun this thing up. And in later years, these machines became known as Radio Moscow. And a lot of jokes in the security branch went down accordingly, where a detainee would be told, we're going to let you listen to the radio. Radio Moscow, have you ever heard of it? So they were very widely used. I can't think that I used it myself, but I knew how it worked.
Were you aware of the electric shock practice occurring in John Vorster Square?
Correct, I was.
And was it a common occurrence for detainees who were not cooperating with the security branch?
A very common occurrence, my lord. I think there was very few people that could withstand being shocked like that. I can just mention to the court as well, and I'm not proud to mention this, in Namibia I saw refinements of this where the 2 electrodes were wrapped in cotton wool and they were dipped into water and pushed into somebody's ears or onto their genitals, which increases that flow of electricity considerably. And the most terrible one I ever mentioned up there, I know it's outside the realms of South Africa, was a detainee actually bite half of their tongue away, which left most of us absolutely, I must say, horrified, despite the fact that we were in a war zone. There was no niceties. And that was from being shocked through the ears.
Mr. Rasmus, you're free to sit down. You don't have to stand. So, on the question of electric torture, would you say that the practice at John Vorster Square was pretty much standard practice for interrogation purposes?
I think for a seasoned interrogator, it was pretty much standard.
You made reference to the, I think you've referred it to the investigation section of the security branch that was based on the 10th floor. I'm just looking at my notes, and you mentioned that, I think the words you used were notorious. If I'm correct with that description, why did you use such a word to describe the investigation section of the security branch?
My lord, the security branch was headed by a man by the name of, a colonel by the name of Arthur Benoni Cronrod. He was English speaking, and he was also known in security branch terms as Little Hitler. This man was absolutely mentally unstable. And he terrified us as much as what he terrified, I think, the detainees, especially if you weren't on his staff or if you fell into bad books with Cronrod like I did. I was also his little star pupil at one time because of his very disheveled personal life. He was married several times, drank excessively, and did outrageous things, and it was a source of amazement and amusement in some areas, and certainly shock in other areas, that this man was allowed such an important position. And I think the reason that he was allowed to carry on for all these years as head of the investigation branch was that he was very successful. Cronrod would rather have been on that 10th floor any day than in, the court can name it, Hawaii, Mauritius, or whatever. He was totally fanatical about his job, and hence the name Little Hitler. So he had quite a reputation in the police force generally, as well as a guy that you didn't even think about crossing swords with.
Mr. Erasmus, have you heard the term resident sweeper? And if so, what does it mean?
The police force had several sweepers, and this was where a member of the force got into trouble. In my case, the sweepers that I referred to, as I testified earlier on, would have been Gloy, and they were sweeping up the bits there and finding a way out. John Vorster Square, being John Vorster Square, had a brigadier whose name escapes me. He was the resident sweeper. And anybody, like happened to me, I was accused by Reverend Bishop Peter Story of defacing the walls of Central Methodist Church. And he hit the nail on the head because I was part of it. But I had to stand on an ID parade, which was then rigged by the sweeper. And this guy was a specialist at it. He had photographs of all the resident troublemakers in John Vorster Square and around, and of course everybody in the security branch. So when this incident happened, I was summoned to sit in front of him, and he looked at my facial features and that. I had a beard at that time, and he said to me, I want you to take your beard off, keep a Fu Manchu type thing, and for Pete's sake, cut your hair. And what were you wearing at the time? I had to obviously wear something different. And then he would stack the parade with other people that had similar appearances. And at times, the accused was never on the parade. I can tell the court that as a matter of fact. I mean, these things were setups.
So this resident sweeper practice, it was essentially about, if I hear you correctly, concealing evidence, keeping certain evidence away from courts, but also fabricating or ensuring false evidence goes to court to ensure that the police cannot be fingered in a particular crime.
That is totally correct, and I've remembered his name. It was Brigadier Quartus Grobler.
And do you recall for how long this practice had been going? Had it already started by the time you came to the security branch?
My lord, this was right through my career. It was in practice when I was in the security branch, started in the security branch. I can just mention, I think this would have emerged quite strongly at the TRC, was from the Vlakplaas side of things. When those revelations were made, the sweeper would have been General Engelbrecht, Krappies Engelbrecht, who I didn't know that much personally.
So are you saying that whenever the police were accused, be it of a torture, be it of murder, or some other misdemeanor, the resident sweeper will be brought in to ensure that the police would not have to, would be able to escape justice, and perhaps the reputation of the police would be kept intact?
That is correct. That is 100% correct. I think what can bear testimony to the effectiveness of this is maybe somebody can provide statistics on how many policemen were ever charged. It's very few, certainly in my time in the security branch, very few. I don't know of any that I can think of offhand, barring myself, of course, where even that was a setup.
Well, perhaps that's some research that we'll have to do before this inquest ends.
Just on that, before you proceed, Mr. Vani, this unit that operated as a sweeper, was it also located on the 10th floor? Or was it elsewhere? In the
My lord, no. He was, Quartus Grobler, the sweeper was, I think, Deputy District Criminal Investigation Officer. But it was almost like he was an extension of the security police. He was invited to all our functions. He was a person that we looked after. He was regularly given done favors, and somebody that we had to protect. That was the relationship with Grobler. In fact, I worked with his son for a period of about a year. And that's basically what his job was problem solving.
So he was stationed where? In the detective branch?
Detective branch. He wasn't on any of the security branch floors. I think they were on the 4th floor. 5th floor, 4th floor, John Foster Square at that time.
And you say when you joined the police, this practice had been existing?
That is correct.
Okay. You may proceed. You may proceed, Mr.
As a court pleases. Mr. Erasmus, just one question of stratcom. You mentioned in your evidence in chief that it became formalized, I think you said, in 1983 with various structures. I'd like to know what was going on before 1983. Were there still practices of deception, faking pamphlets and the like going on before stratcom was formalized in 1983?
That is correct. I think if I can just go back on what I said previously and just given the indulgence to just expand there a little bit, the sweeping system would have been in effect. It would have been in effect for a long time prior to that. From when I joined the security branch, well, I didn't expect anything less, but I mean, I knew from the start with these nocturnal activities, we were not going to get caught or get into trouble. You were being protected, or you would be protected if things went wrong. I mean, the man that gave us those instructions was a very senior policeman, and I can actually recount to the court times where a policeman refused. One of them was a Sergeant King. He refused to partake or break the law, and he was promptly removed from the security branch and transferred somewhere else. So it was actually a very institutionalized part of the system that we worked in. I missed part of your question.
No, thanks. That's particularly useful to hear. I want to return just briefly to the kinds of operations that Stratcom carried out, the misinformation, the deceptions, the putting together of fake pamphlets and the like. The evidence you gave is that Stratcom was formalized into the organizational structure, I think, from 1983. So my question is, were these kinds of activities happening prior to 83 as well?
Most definitely. I actually got hold of, from the good officers of the Mail and Guardian, the minutes of the meeting in 1983 with all the cabinet members sitting there and what was put on the table by each one. And the police were running then a thing called Support the Police Action Group. Let me just think. The South African Defence Force, who were the most heavily defunded, had a group going that the previous year arranged for people to go into Bishop Tutu's office and throw 30 pieces of silver in his face as the mark of a traitor. Now, they had a name. There was all these little splinter groups. So everybody at that meeting had to put their things on the table and decide whose. They used the term line function. The line function of the South African Police would have been X, Y, and Z. Boss of the Bureau of State Security had their functions and so on. But the operations were in effect, to answer your question, that side of your question, long before 1983.
Including in the 1970s?
Most definitely. The posters that I put up started almost, in the 70s. 1977.
So in fact, for this kind of work, and I think in particular in relation to your work around discrediting Winnie Mandela and also getting certain heads of state, I think you mentioned John Major, to reduce their donation to the ANC or Mandela, as well as getting footage onto Japanese TV, you said you received no less than 7 commendations.
That is correct, my Lord.
And these commendations, what did they say?
It was a letter. I mean, if they'd given me some money, I might have been more impressed. But if they'd even promoted me, I might have been impressed. I just got these letters, and I was sort of feted at places. I would go to head office, and I was treated as somebody way above my actual rank. And the most notable thing mentioning money was that a man who eventually became the head of C1 and C2, who today I think runs a string of hardware stores here in Pretoria, Brigadier Oosthuizen, Alfred Oosthuizen, also known as the Guru. He went to the commissioner to try and sort out this thing about my career, and I got merit promotions for the commendations. But so did everybody else get merit commendations. So it was just a matter of keeping us happy, but I don't want to bore the court with more of that.
So the commendation letters wouldn't necessarily point out the great projects you had pulled off.
In some cases they did. Sorry that I interrupted.
Do you perchance still in possession of one or more of these letters of commendation?
I don't have it with me, but I can quote you word for word. It says, meneer adjudant-officier Erasmus het met groot ywer 'n suksesvolle aksie geloods in Groot-Brittanje en something about dra hoofkantoor se goeie wense oor or something. These type of things went on your record in your streep something file, I don't know about that side of things, where you'd done good, and your streep 7 was where you'd smashed up government property or got drunk or whatever.
If you are able to locate one or more of those letters of commendation, we would like to inspect them, Mr. Erasmus.
My Lord, I think Dr. Pretorius might have a copy, not quite certain.
I will get copies. I have got copies. I'll get the copies.
Yeah. I do have copies with me, but not here. I've got them at the place where I'm staying.
But even where they didn't mention a particular success of yours, were you left in no doubt that you were being given these letters of commendation for doing specific good work that may very well have been unlawful?
That is correct. There was also, I must just explain this, there was also a need-to-know principle. So you wouldn't have, for example, General Jan Kutsia sending a letter of commendation where he gave details of the operation, because a lot of people would see that. So we tried to, like any other intelligence gathering body in any country in the world, there was the need-to-know principle. You were only told what you needed to know. And in that way, you maintained security. Well, that's the theory behind it, anyway.
But for example, a letter of commendation that just was general in nature, you would know for what it was because it would come shortly after one of your successes.
Correct. Like the one that I mentioned about Great Britain was, I knew it was about the John Major story.
Mr. Erasmus, why was it necessary, why do you think you were given instructions to find evidence or some kind of support for Agat's, if I may put in inverted commas, suicide?
The state needed to, for lack of a better legal term, win the inquest, in that Stephen Peter Whitehead and the security branch could walk out of there and say the man was never tortured. This was not a Biko situation where the state took such a hiding, as it were. There was 5 corvettes, I think, that were already manned by South African sailors. They actually frog-marched them off, and the French kept their ships. That was the Biko situation was a devastating set of events for the country, and the powers that be, right to the top, were under no illusion that the death of Agat was going to be a similar thing. And it was also seen in a more similar thing, seen in a worse light, because their thinking was, this was, I think he was the first white detainee that died in detention that I know of. I could be correct on the, incorrect on that, my lord. So there was, and it was for that reason we were given laissez-faire. Planned this thing. We had a state psychologist that phoned Whitehead every day, that gave him instructions, and he sort of guided us through the process. When we went to Kingswood College in Grahamstown to go and so-called this, the cover story incidentally was that I was representing a journalist who didn't want to be named, who was going to write a book on Agat's life. So my brief was, as Mr. Paul Edwards then, because of my signature, gather information, as much information as possible, with Whitehead hovering in the background type of stuff.
So you got the distinct impression that you were instructed to build a case, build a version of suicide?
That is correct. In fact, before I was caught in the house, I got a bundle of letters which Whitehead, but maybe not the state psychiatrist, who I think was a Dr. Plomp. He was the guy that phoned us every day, twice a day. We had to update him. I think he was at UNISA. He was a professor of psychology or psychiatry. I don't think that I met him. But I know Whitehead took these calls the whole day, and then we'd go through whatever we'd picked up. At Kingswood College, it was devastating, because if there was anybody that was not a suicide case, it was Neil Agate. He had a fantastic childhood career. I mean, we were absolutely blown away. The headmaster remembered him obviously very clearly, took us on a guided tour through the school, and there was Neil in every positive light that one could think. Not what you would expect from a severely depressed, traumatized child. Although, with respect to the family, I don't think that he had an easy life being in boarding school for most of his life. But he certainly shone as a youngster.
All right, well, we can't go into too much detail on the case of Neil Agate.
Except, if I may ask this question. While we are on a mission to do the sweeping, if I may call it that way, do I understand you to say that state pathology at that time were involved in this?
That is correct, my lord. They were not part of the security branch. Yes. Over the years that I was in the security branch, eventually we had people that were almost part of us, ranging from senior state prosecutors, academics across the board. Most of the stratcom courses that I went on, they had UNISA, a lot of people from UNISA and Tukkies would come and lecture us. And they were also party to a lot of the projects were set up not by security policemen, but were set up by people that, one of them, and might be a bit of a shock, was at Wits University, that were specialists in the field of international politics, psychology and psychiatry and that. So we had a lot of outside guidance on this. Most definitely, my lord.
Would that have included the magistrates?
Would that, I beg your pardon?
Would that have included magistrates? During trials, during inquests, would magistrates be schooled as to
well, my lord,
to deal with these?
The meeting that I had with the Commissioner of Police, that magistrate was told what sentence, and I remember could see her saying to the Cape Attorney General, he said, "Die man," I spoke in Afrikaans, but I'll translate into English. He said, "The man is standing in front of me, and we will give him the money." I think I went from there and I was given the 200 Rand, but when I arrived at the trial, I knew exactly minute for minute what was going to happen. Although for an eye-blind, they did appoint an advocate for me, which was actually very embarrassing. I don't know who was more embarrassed, him, Whitehead, or I, because there was nothing to really defend. We knew what was going to be the outcome. So to get back to what my lord was asking, yes, the magistrate most certainly knew, because he found me. And it went very quickly. I think we were only in the court for half an hour. This guy just said, "Okay, illegal search, blah, 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 200 Rand, or I think 6 months." And I started to take the money out there on the spot. And they said, "No, you've got to pay it outside," and that was the end of the matter.
So he delivered a sentence exactly as you were told before you went there?
That is correct, my lord.
You may proceed.
Mr. Erasmus, do you have any other experiences in which magistrates agreed to issue certain findings or do anything else for the police of an illegal nature?
I must say, my lord, I can't think of anything that just comes to mind. I'm certain if one takes into account, if I look at Johannesburg Security Branch, I might shock the court now by saying something that the most powerful jurist that we had to deal with was, of course, Mr. Klaus van Lieres und Wilkow, was the guest of honor at every security branch, braai, party, drink up, food competition or whatever. He was absolutely a guy that we treasured, along with the sweeper. He was a guest at everything. So on a very small scale, if I was ever arrested, for example, for speeding, I would go to the senior public prosecutor at Johannesburg Court, and I'd walk in there and nollie prosecutor. And if it was worse than that, it would be that Mr. van Leers would sort it out.
Was he the van Leers that became the Attorney General at some point?
That's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay.
On that score, Mr. Erasmus, are you aware of any inquests in which prosecutors have agreed to play a certain role on behalf of the security branch?
You mean, sir, as in not prosecute as much as they should be prosecuted? I can't say that, that I have personal knowledge. I suppose one could always speculate, but I can't say that with definite.
Returning to John Vorster Square, and in particular the section dealing with the security branch, am I correct in saying that the entire 9th and 10th floors were strictly confined for security branch activities, and nobody else was permitted to be there?
That's totally correct. Together with, as the branch got bigger and bigger and bigger, they took over the first and the second floors. So it would have been 10th floor still investigation branch, 9th floor field workers. The ground floor was the, shall we say, the postal department, where they had the old chaps steaming the letters open. And that would have been the first floor. Ground floor, sorry, and the first floor was then also taken over by the investigation branch, units of the investigation branch. We were just running out of space. All of that was a no-go area with huge steel doors, some of them remote controlled, and all gates, which was bunches of keys, like almost too heavy to pick up.
So security was pretty tough. There was 24/7 round-the-clock guarding of those floors, and even after hours it would have been securely
That is
up.
correct. Even the lifts, the air vents in the lifts were sealed, which nearly cost me and 10 people our lives when we got stuck in the lifts, which was regular. But they spared no expense in securing that area. The simple reason that is on the 9th and the 10th floor, there was an area of the passage that had these electric doors. Probably the most sensitive stuff in the South African police was the WH, or telephone interceptions. Those lines were run into those hundreds of tape recorders that were housed in that section.
So, aside from protecting the personnel and the documents and perhaps the various devices that you had there, you presumably wanted to ensure that detainees who were held on those floors, that there was no possibility of them escaping, and they would be very closely guarded.
My Lord, after the second death, would have been the third death, which I was there the day that it happened, was Matthews Mabulani. Fell from the 10th floor, but on the opposite side of the building. He was in the main part, being held in the main part or interrogated. I know he was in an office with 2 black policemen, one of whom I remember. They then decided to put burglar bars on the inside of all the floors where the security branch were. But prior to that, there was just these big windows, which every second or third one opened, which was almost like a door. And while one would assume nobody would climb up the outside, it was certainly done. And I mean, there was no beating around the bush. It was to stop people from trying to escape, falling out of the windows, and also provide additional security, although it wasn't necessary.
So security was quite tight, but certainly in October of 1971, Mr. Timol himself was able to exit the building, notwithstanding the available security. The individual who was allegedly in the room with him in 1026 was a Mr. Rodriguez. His evidence before the first inquest is that he attempted to prevent the escape or exit but was unable to do so. Nonetheless, just a few days before the inquest magistrate, Mr. de Villiers, handed down his finding, Mr. Rodriguez was issued with a letter of commendation for his exemplary service. Are you surprised to hear that he was given such a letter?
I am quite surprised, I must say. I'm quite fascinated. How would I comment on this? In my time, every effort was made to, obviously because of Timol's death and Biko, there was rules, I think, that Cronrath even drew up. But I think those rules were always there. You were never left alone with the detainee, for starters. And it would go further than even 2 people with a detainee. And that was already in effect when I arrived at the security branch. I can maybe just give an example, a very bad example to the court, but he is an attorney today, could verify what I'm saying. One of the more embarrassing interrogations that I saw was walking into office one day, and there was this Indian gentleman standing there with a beard, and he never had a stitch of clothing on. And people were coming and going. But there was about 5 people in the office. He was being interrogated. And I'm talking about, I think he's a practicing attorney today at Mr. Hanif Valley. I saw him, in fact, at the TRC.
Was it ever practice in your experience to leave an important security detainee alone in the company of an administrative clerk, a paid clerk, or somebody providing coffee?
No, my lord, the regulations regarding those buildings and the maintenance of security, nobody, including other members of any other units in the police, ever came in there unless there was a valid reason they were invited or they had some function to perform. It wasn't a case of you just walked in or out of there. Those officers were set up, as I understood it, from when that building was built, because the security branch used to be housed in a commercial building that was rented by the government known as the Greys. And when I went there, that building was obviously purpose-built. These doors, which must have cost the earth, steel, you're talking about a steel door that big with huge motors, to allow access. There's no ways that anybody could walk in or out of there that wasn't a member of the security branch. And even then, as members of the security branch, and as somebody that was regarded as a senior member, I had no access, and I can mention this to, for example, where the old chap sat and opened the envelopes. I think I was in that office twice during my whole career. And that was because I was a stamp collector. And you can draw your own conclusions on that. But I shouldn't have been there. Even for us, it had signs, restricted area, no admittance, authorized personnel only.
My lord, it is lunchtime. I still have a few more questions, but I suggest we take the lunch adjournment.
Yes, we will continue at 2 o'clock, 1400 hours. We will take an adjournment at this stage. Yes, and what happened to the attorney who was here? Is that Mr. Thompson? He needs to put himself on the roll. Okay.
We live with this threat of violence. This is a strange and weird thing, if you come to think of it. So we don't live in a society, which is where the question leads. We want to live in a society where we trust that we will not be violated.
A man abducted her from a taxi rank in Baragwanath.
He would have taken me and killed me. He would have shot me while I was running, you know. But none of those things happened. And, you know, even if I didn't believe in God, like, this is a real miracle.
How does the police unit of family violence follow new crime trends?
Station crime intelligence will from time to time present the crime pattern analysis and the crime threat analysis. We respond to those.
For all investigative insights, stay tuned to Special Assignment every Saturday at 17:30.